And we're live. What's up? I'm joined by SaiyanSC, special guest. Hopefully join us again. And WhyUSuk.
Yo, yo.
Hello, everybody.
BSL is happening right now. Won't spoil it for you, but whoever's watching this or does, I'm sure had watched BSL before. It's Kogut against Dragon. But yeah, Dandy is a phenomenal player. Like, when I came back, I familiarized myself with his 2v2. And as time has passed, I've become more familiar with his 1v1 and just found that he's one of the best Terrans outside of Korea, with Terror and Kogut.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to rely on you guys a little bit to tell me about the foreign players because I've been so focused on the Korean scene for a long time that, yeah, I'm going to... It's going to be my first time watching a lot of these guys.
We're just here to have fun, watch some StarCraft, and I'm sure you can make a lot of connections between some of the things you see and some of the things you've seen in the Korean scene.
There's no big differences in the meta, right? Or we're going to see some crazy builds, or...
I've sort of assumed that the foreigners get it from the Koreans.
Yeah, but now you will see some different builds for these guys that you typically won't see from your Korean players.
Mm-hmm.
Terror's real notorious for doing, a couple tweaks. Bonif, he does some things that are a little unorthodox that shouldn't work. That does, just because it's Bonif. But I think most other players are pretty standard. Dewalt's very. His builds are always just right. I don't know how else to put that.
So he's a very meta player, like he
yes, his timings, his build orders, his counters. That's what makes Dewalt so strong, is just his ability to read the situation. It's like, oh, okay, you're doing this, I'm doing this. And he executes it to a T.
So he's a more reactive player, you'd say?
Yeah, I mean he's definitely a reactive player. He's got his builds that he likes, but he always reads the situation. He always does what's best.
The Protoss player Dewalt. You tell me about Dragon. He just had a big win, right?
Yeah. Some people think it was a little bit of an upset, but honestly, when you're dealing with players of this caliber, I don't know if there's a such thing as an upset. I mean,
I assume Dragon wasn't as active as Dandy right now because of his work schedule, but he's definitely been preparing for his matches in BBT and BSL. It's kind of nice that our event overlaps with theirs, and players are on top of their game, I guess.
Yeah.
So what kind of style can we expect from Dragon? He's going up against Dewalt today. Is he... Oh, we're going Protoss versus Protoss, eh? Alright.
Well, he's going to play Zerg because his ZVP is stronger than his... He doesn't like playing Protoss versus Protoss.
I mean, who does, but... just kidding. But
no, you might not be wrong about that at all.
Bonif loves PvP. He may not love it, but he excels at it.
It's just easier to play one race. Like, even pro gamers don't alternate races, unless I'm wrong, right?
Well, a lot of tournaments don't allow that. I think ASL definitely doesn't allow.
Well, see, that's what I was wondering.
Oh, so maybe that's why they don't do it.
To see, Dandy used to play Protoss against other Terrans, and he was very, very good at it. Like, unnaturally good at it. It was probably his best matchup, honestly. But whenever he found out he can't be doing that in some of these other tournaments, he no longer does it. So.
I see. So he's going to be sticking to Terran today, and he's going up against Voddy, another Terran player. Swedish Terran. Okay, can you guys tell me about that matchup? Who do you expect to win there? I think Dandy's a bit higher on the results panel here. Liquipedia, I'm checking out right now.
Yeah, Danny's a more distinguished player, in my opinion.
Hello.
Hey, Pato.
Is that Pato? It's
No,
been a
it
while,
isn't.
man.
Welcome.
Hello.
So I'll
It's a
put
guy
up
with a similar voice.
I'll put up our leaderboard. It doesn't take into account the results from our event yesterday. So there's a column that says remaining. Basically, each player has 55 games they need to play, 11 matches. The point is to maximize your single game wins, which is the wins column. The played is how many games you've played. And you want to have a very high win rate ratio. The stats you see really depend on who's played who, but they give you some idea of how players are performing vis-a-vis each other. There aren't that many round robin type events, so I think this is something relatively new. Like the stats are telling you where each player stands vis-a-vis the other ones, as opposed to other events where you kind of meet a player, you eliminate them, and you sort of advance into the brackets until you get to the finals and win. Here you got to go up against everybody, right? And the point is to show that, you know, not that I beat Dewalt or I beat Dragon, but I beat more people more times than everyone else, and that's sort of what determines the best of the best rankings from number 1 to number 12. So looking at Dandy, I mean, he's got a 70% win rate ratio. He's got 14 wins, played 20 games, 6 losses. Voddy, he's got a 36.66% win rate ratio, 11 wins. He's played more games than Dandy.
See, this is what I was talking about earlier. You know, there's a couple players that really stand out to me, you know, so far, and they usually stand out. You know, you got Bonif at the top. He's got 75% win. Then you've got Dewalt's 85, and then Dandy 70. So, you know, those guys are kind of where I thought they would be at.
And they've played the
Terra,
same number of games, so it's kind of a cool comparison.
Yeah, Terra I thought would be a little bit higher, but now he's short on some games too. So, we'll see. We'll see if that win rating jumps for Terra next week when he plays.
It's tricky to like make predictions when you're dealing with players of this caliber, I think.
Yeah, it depends on who they've played against, what different matchups they play against. Obviously, certain players are better at, you know, playing one race than another, and that's just maybe how they got matched up.
Pato, what do you think about Dandy versus Voddy? Saiyan was asking about predictions.
Dandy versus Voddy.
Which we'll see today, yeah. I heard Voddy's TVT is his best matchup.
Yeah.
And Voddy is on the same team as Pato IRK.
Yes, I'm a little bit BA'd there. But...
and Pato's a Terran player.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Sadly, I think... I don't think that TVT is Dandy's strongest card.
It's not.
So,
it's his weakest.
Yeah, so maybe
Really?
I'm thinking that Voddy can... Even though he's a great mechanical player, I'm thinking that Voddy can take the series like 3-2 or something like that.
You think Voddy's going to beat Dandy? That's really interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
I kind of do too. And like I said, this has been because of years of Dandy playing.
I don't know, guys.
He always played Protoss.
Okay, when you mentioned the top 3 Terrans outside of Korea, is Voddy mentioned in there? And he's a phenomenal player and probably... So how is it... So when people say that, that doesn't take into consideration like TVT?
A little bit, and that's why he gave him 2 games on that. I kind of feel the same way as Pato does.
For example, I think Terror has the best TVT outside Korea, but his TV regarding TVC, I think Dandy is the best. For example, so sometimes it's not fair to judge a player by one matchup. But if you see him like in overall position, you say, okay, it's a better player. But maybe someone plays a certain matchup better than you. That doesn't mean that he's better.
Yeah, I guess there's a problem with talking about who's the best. Like, what do we mean by that? What matchups? But probably the most objective measurement of that is like championships or like, you know, rankings and major tournaments, leagues like BSL.
Well, it's not the same to ladder than to play a tournament, because in ladder you can pull like random stuff.
Right.
Maybe you can use a Smurf ID. People don't know who you are, and maybe you can have a cheese below order wins.
Some people watch those ladder games though, and they're like, "Oh, did you see that this person beat that person?" But then they meet up in tournaments, like you're saying, and that's a real test.
It's very random, because in a tournament you have information about your opponent. You have a style. You have to prepare different specific build orders regarding his play style.
It's best of one sometimes too, you know, or a best of three.
Best of five. Best of five is you have psychological aspects of the game as well, because if you play standard and you lost, then you might expect the other player to start cutting some corners or to play riskier in order to beat you. So it's a different game when you play in a tournament than when you play in ladder. There are good ladder players, and there are players who just don't perform in ladder that well, but maybe in a tournament they win. So I don't know. It's my experience.
And there's maps as well. Some people are like, "Oh, that was kind of a strange or new map. That doesn't really count." There's all these other like factors that.
Well, if you're in a tournament, you cannot blame the maps. That's the point.
They tell you what the maps are. They give you the maps ahead of time, so you're able to do all kinds of stuff. You're able to practice with the maps. If it's something like, I don't know. I mean, tournaments. Yeah, you have all the information available to you right away. Especially with something like this, what we have set up. These are the 5 maps you're playing. This is the order you're going to play them in. So be ready. So you can kind of tell who's been prepared for some of these games and who's like, okay, I've only played this map a handful of times. They don't know where all the bases are and stuff like that. Like our first series games, the first week and 2, there's a couple players that they were just missing simple stuff that if they had played the map a few extra times, they'd have been like, oh, I could have done that.
All right, guys, we do have to start relatively soon. We have a live match, and the players have other things to do. So unfortunately, we can't wait until BSL wraps up today. Before we do get into the live match, I wanted to mention a special show match on Tuesday, March 16th, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, between Dewalt and Dandy, 2 of the best foreigners. There will be 9 total games.
Whoa.
On 9 different maps. Polypoid, Neosylphid, Eclipse, Circuit Breakers, Fighting Spirit, Optimizer, Ringing Bloom. Sparkle was Dandy's pick, and Gladiator was Dewalt's pick. So 7 of those are standard ladder maps, and then we asked each player to sort of pick one map to have 9. I like the fact that we have these standard ladder maps because I think it helps with the whole deciding who's the better opponent. Nobody can say, oh, there are a lot of strange maps in that map pool. But besides that point, yeah, it's going to be casted by Quark, Machine, and Pato. Before the main event, there will be a live teaser between the top foreigner Terror Yu and the semi-pro Korean player Kalla. This event, guys, is sponsored by Trovo.live. It's a different streaming platform, so we're going to be streaming it on the link that you see below, trovo.live/TeamThinkQuickTTV. We have attracted the interest of a sponsor. This is kind of unheard of in Brood War. They are willing to provide seed money for show matches and long-term events. I've even spoken to them about a Pro Gamer Best of Best series. Very interesting. So they are willing to provide the prize pool for that, and we may be able to apply for a grant from esports fund for that. What we need is live viewers to satisfy them, basically. So if you're available at that time, please tune in. We need those live viewer numbers to sustain their interests. Trovo is owned by Tencent, a multi-billion-dollar company. They have money for days and they can make it rain. The real goal is to really use this opportunity to obviously host awesome events for people to watch and enjoy, but also to support foreigners and semi-pro and Korean pro gamers. And eventually get more and more streamers onto Trovo, because they don't really have that many Brood War streamers. And they have a program where you can actually get paid from streaming, so this could create further incentives and sustain active Brood War players and attract new Brood War players. This is an opportunity that I don't think can be wasted. So please, yeah, if you're around at that time, do tune in. We will try to host more show matches and events with them. The time is a little unfortunate, you know, some Europeans won't be able to make it. Future events we'll try to pick different days and times. It's a little tricky because we have caster schedules to take into consideration. The players, Dewalt is in Siberia. His time zone is like similar to Korea's. Dandy is in Peru. But yeah, this is, I think, a really big, interesting development for us, for sure, but also the Brood War community. Trovo also sponsors Alpha X. It's a very popular StarCraft 2 team. If you ever look at TL's calendar, you will see a shitload, excuse my language, of StarCraft 2 events. I think they host 10 a week. So they're trying to kind of do for us what Trovo did for them. And I can't emphasize how great it would be to actually have a sponsor and not have the organizers or fans always, you know, dishing out a ton of money to put together a prize pool for events. So yeah, we have the money factor, I think, taken care of. We just need live viewers. Hoping a lot of Latin Americans will tune in. One of the reasons we're featuring Terror and Dandy, to get their thousands and thousands of fans and followers to show up. We don't need thousands of viewers, guys, but you know, over 100, if we can get 200, that'd be great. 300, absolutely fantastic. And yeah, a lot of good things can come out of this. So this is another interesting development I just wanted to share with people. We worked really hard to, I think, get to this point. And yeah, I look forward to hopefully people tuning in for that. Remember, it's on trovo.live. Check out their streaming site. It's pretty cool. If you can, create an account and follow us. You'll need one in order to chat. And hopefully see you there. Sorry, that took longer than I expected, but
No
Fuck
worries,
it.
man. That's super exciting. Getting a new sponsor like that, that's great.
we were trying to
Absolutely
do
awesome.
Flash vs. Beast Suit. Like, we had the funds for it, and we reached out to them, but Flash has an injury, and they have like a hectic schedule right now. But we did speak to some pro gamers like Larva, Best, Queen. They've agreed to play against foreigners or against each other. So there's all kinds of opportunities to future, you know, really fun, exciting events for people on trovo.live.
That is awesome. Definitely check that out, guys. Go support that channel. Follow Team Think Quick on Trovo Live. Do it now. Go check that
thanks,
out.
man. And hopefully you'll cast, and WhyUSuk and Pato, like, we have a bunch of community casters with us. So if you're familiar with Team Think Quick, we got a huge posse, and like, you know, we go everywhere with each other and try to feature and basically showcase each other's talents. We have, you know, graphic designers we support, map makers. So it could be a real, like, you know, community kind of thing. It's less about Team Think Quick and more about just helping out the community and people who are interested in Brood War and want to get involved in casting or creating graphics and all kinds of fun things.
If you're still here, if you're still watching Brood War at this point, we're in 2021. I mean, you're part of the family by now, right?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Pretty tight knit group here. So we're all ready to get in this game, man. I'm excited. First live cast here. Not totally familiar with a lot of these players. I've heard the names before, but mostly used to casting the Korean players on my YouTube channel. But I don't really do too many. I haven't done any actually live streams, so it's gonna be a fun experience. First time also doing a co-cast, so a lot of firsts here. Can't wait to get into this match.
Okay, I can hear everyone's demands. We're gonna get into the live match soon. We got Cross versus Stryker.
Shout out to Diggity SC in the chat, man. Long time since I heard that name.
What up, Diggity? And Mole Trap is back. Shout out to him. I'm gonna try to get them to co-cast sometime. I think Mole Trap said he's more or less free in April, so we'll see.
What's up, a blast from the past?
Oh yeah. Alright guys, we're just gonna get ready to get into the first live match. And we're back. Let's get into Cross versus Stryker. We're hosting
you
a game.
Do that at all?
What's up, WhyUSuk? I'm sorry.
I know you were telling me about the viewership that we usually have on a weekly basis, and the rate that we're growing. But I was wondering if you actually had an idea of how many gamers, or actually viewers, we have on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I think it averages from 200 to 300. We've had up to 700 people. I think they really wanted to watch the Bonnet versus Dandy. A lot of Latin Americans tuned in. Big shout out to Latin Americans, especially people from Peru who came to root for Dandy. Appreciate the viewership and support. Cross and Stryker are getting ready to host the games. First game will be on Polypoid, created by the Korean map maker KM. The maps have been edited by Freakling just to fix some technical issues like reaver jams and things like that to make it more fair for all the players. This is the new Polypoid version, 1.51. I don't think it's being featured in ladder. That one is the older one, if I'm not mistaken, 1.32. Predictions for Cross vs Stryker, guys? ZVZ between two North American giants, probably top 5.
Yeah, I really like them both. I'm not gonna lie, Zerg versus Zerg is not my strong matchup. So.
Do you like watching it though? Is it fun? Like the.
Yeah, if it is high level, I
A7.
enjoy people who can micro, but strategy-wise, it's not a matchup that I think that I can give a very powerful insight.
That's okay. We're just here to have fun and hang out with each other. Hopefully some of the viewers don't mind when we don't have the most insights to share. But we all love Brood War, and
I like them both. I really like. They're both very analytical players. They're both one of my favorite Zerg users.
they're both
for sure.
Korean too. Now they
Yeah,
live in
they're-
North America. I think Cross is
In
from
Canada.
Canada and Stryker
Yeah.
is from the US. But
Yeah,
both proud of their Korean heritage. And that
Well, they
probably
should
gives
be.
them some advantage in terms of being able to like follow the Korean scene and understand
Yeah.
things.
Well, they improve a lot, and it's not luck. So I'm really looking forward to watch them play.
So WhyUSuk, are you a Zerg player, Terran player, Protoss player? What race you at?
I
Nope,
think he's a
not
Protoss player.
He's a Protoss player, huh?
I think he
Yeah.
plays
So-
Zerg in 2v2s. WhyUSuk is a TQ member. We have a bunch of casual 2v2ers on US West. Big shout out to them. He plays Zerg, sometimes Terran and Protoss. But when he gets back, hopefully he can enlighten us with some things. But 2v2 is a bit different from ones, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, who wants to do intros?
Okay. In the bottom left, we have our Zerg user from the United States and Korea, Stryker. And in the bottom right, we have our Zerg user from Canada and Korea as well. We have Crossy. So, predictions?
I think we're going to see a 12 hatch here from both players.
Really?
Yes,
One.
we have one more egg there. Let's see.
Well, it's an overload from both of them, so
It will be a 12 hatch from both players, yes.
they both know each other, they are friends, so I think they're familiar with each play style, so it will be interesting what they will pull off.
Oh,
Okay.
here we go. 12 pool, actually, from... Or 11 pool there from... Stryker?
Okay.
No, that's Cross. Cross
Yeah.
in the blue.
11 and 12 pool, so
Ah, okay. So just a small advantage going to Stryker here with the set, just a little bit later pool. Both taking their gas at the same time here. And no big advantages in the build order here. It's one of the things that annoys a lot of people about Zerg versus Zerg being included is how kind of poker-like the beginning matchup is, or the beginning build orders are, where sometimes you can just get that build order loss or a huge disadvantage in the early game, but none that's going to happen here. We're just going to have a very close start of this game. Both of them mining gas. We'll see who takes their layer first, or who goes for speed. That's going to be the next divergence here. As we approach 100 gas.
speed it is.
Both with speed, it looks like. Yes. Both players grabbing speed. So, popping out a few lings here. Looks like Crossy going to send one ling across the map. Just going to go take a look at his opponent's base. See if he can sneak that one by here. Oh, nice trap. So gonna try to get by here, but that Ling is pretty damaged. It's gonna be hard to get it inside the base now. I want to send that back home and switch to a different Ling. Still looking, trying to get inside there. Stryker doing a good job of blocking that Ling.
Almost a mirror below, right?
Yeah, let me see Red's main base. Strikers. Okay, so he's got 3 on his gas, and I noticed that okay, now he's still got 2. So the gas lead is going to play a pretty significant role here if he doesn't get any damage done.
You think he's doing that on purpose? It's
Oh,
rare.
yeah. Okay, now see,
Is that a mistake?
no,
Here
it's
in
just
front.
he's focusing harder on Lings right now. Yeah, and see, Stryker picked up on that. He's like, okay, he's all in Lings. I need to pull 1 drone off to mine a little bit more minerals so I can keep up with Ling production.
He's actually adding on drones here, whereas Stryker hasn't added on a single drone yet. So he might end up getting overwhelmed here by the Ling production. Both of them throwing down their respective spires. 2 drones going to fight here in this battle at the front of Cross's base. Oh, he's pulling the drones back now. Feels like he's out of danger. More Lings are going to pop here. Stryker not committing.
No, I think he just wanted to kind of force the extra Lings from blue.
Ooh, counterattack coming in, but Cross is
No.
on top of it. Still no extra drones here from Stryker, so... Oh, there's 1 drone here at the natural expansion. 2 drones here for Cross. We're still a very, very close. No units have gone down at this point. Come over here to the natural expansion of Stryker. Just take a look there. Doesn't like what he sees. Heads on back home. And match up with these Lings. And big things we have to watch out for is those little 2 Ling counterattacks that can get into your base and deal tons of damage. Ah, nice. Grabbing that.
Here comes the muta production. Both players.
First few Mutalisks gonna pop out here. See how many Scourge they decide to commit to.
I want to say that Stryker
Hold on,
actually made a couple Scourge. I don't think Cross made any.
Where are the overlords here? Okay, all the overlords have been pulled back, both players. So neither player are going to lose any overlords. Very important in these situations to not lose those overlords. And put you at a real deficit here if you do. So yeah, 2 Ling counterattack is ready from Stryker. 1 over there on the right hand side. We'll send those in as soon as Cross decides to commit to an attack. The Muta arms race has begun.
The very touchy thing about ZVZ is this early stage of Muta. So, a lot of Zerg players don't upgrade right away. And that actually gives them that extra Mutalisk. So, as long as you get your Mutalisk attack in, if you feel like your opponent is upgrading, it does make a big difference. But now, once that upgrade actually kicks in, if you guys haven't done any fighting before then the upgrade's going to win every time. A +1 on a Mutalisk, either way, armor or attack, is huge in a Muta versus Muta battle. And I always lose because I always upgrade, and they always attack me early.
My real problem in this matchup is definitely the Muta versus Scourge micro. They start sending Scourge at you. Looks
Okay,
like
here we go.
Cross coming in. He's going to get an Overlord here immediately. That's going to supply block Stryker. Comes the fight. Oh, nice connection there.
Okay, now
More
Stryker's
Scourge
actually in a
coming
really good position here.
Lands quite a few Scourge, but more Scourge going to arrive. from both players. It's very, very close here. Nice micro there by Cross.
Oh, this is too close to tell.
Really, really close here.
Yeah.
We get a health check, numbers check on those mutalisks. How many mutalisks are left over after that battle? 3 or 4? 4 mutalisks
What about
still alive. Very, very low health.
Same,
4
yeah,
mutalisks.
I thought they were
Wow.
right there, neck and neck.
Very difficult to cast the meta versus meta battles. Even more difficult to play, I think. That type of micro is so incredibly hard. Stryker sending a lot of his overlords up to the top left. Guess those are for micro potential. Keep one of those in his groups.
Stryker going ahead and expanding right now. So this is
Really?
kind of interesting.
Oh, okay. And a big group of lings coming across the map here. He's going to try and fight at the natural. I don't think there's enough here for Stryker to hold on. He does not have enough lings. He's focusing on the mutas right now. Can he actually win this muta versus muta fight? The
He's
lings
got
are
lings
just
there,
chilling. The lings are just sitting. They're not actually reacting here. Uh-oh.
And Stryker's not
Cross going to
not
lose.
reacting at all. Oh no.
Oh, Stryker gonna lose, yeah. Oh no, he's gonna lose.
So he has to go ahead and he has to go ahead and end now because he's lost his main. And he took too much damage.
How's the mutalist advantage though? Still 7 mutas here. 8 mutas actually. He can.
See, he has no drones, does he?
I don't think he has any drones, but he's gonna be able to wipe out all the drones of his opponent as well. He's got some Scourge here that will be helpful in taking out anything that spawns from his opponent. Just kill everything, kill everything. He's got to kill this. Oh, the Spore there pops out. And this is going to be tough, but he does manage to take that down. There's still 4 drones remaining here for
But he has no
Cross.
money.
Got no money, but he does have a Spore there. Oh, lings pop out for Stryker.
Wow.
Rather than rebuilding drones here, he's just going to build a bunch of lings, send them across the map. He should be able to kill that Spore, and I think that Stryker's going to win this, despite making those micro mistakes.
And well, Stryker didn't make any micro mistakes. Well, he did with his lings. I think what saved him was him making that 3rd base because he ended up canceling it and having a little bit of money back in his pocket.
I think that was some great micro from Cross there. From Stryker, excuse me. I'm getting these players mixed up, but Stryker did a great job with the meatless control. He was really focusing on that, and it ended up paying off for him. You know, he didn't move the lings in the natural for quite a while, but you know, he did a great job with the metas, and that's what really matters. Those kills with the Mutalists and taking that game down. So great play by him. I think that was a very, very high level Zerg versus Zerg we just saw, guys. Excellent stuff there. I mean, that was definitely the standard way to play Zerg versus Zerg, but the micro is very, very high caliber there. Back and forth with both lings and mutas. Good, great. Anything else to say about that game, guys? We're gonna go into game number 2.
He was toe-to-toe. I think I didn't know who was going to win until the last 3 minutes. So it was really entertaining.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was actually going to go to Stryker. Well, not Stryker.
Cross.
Yeah, Cross for a minute because of the lings getting into the main base, killing all the drones, killing the Spire. But he made the right call. He just like, you know what? I'm dead here. Let's just go total my opponent. See what happens.
Alrighty, everybody, game number 2. We've got Cross here in the bottom right-hand corner, spawning as the blue Zerg. And down in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Stryker. Stryker coming off a win here. How many more games does he need to win to win this series?
Well,
Best of
see,
three?
this
Best
is
of five,
this
right?
is a round robin, so this is not a best of anything. You play 5 games, and each game is worth money.
I see.
So it's not going to be like so. For instance, you see in some of these tournaments, player gets up 2-0, and they might try to cheese, or they might try to just do a crazy wide open build order just to get them a huge lead or something like that. There's not going to be any of that here. All 5 games are going to be played for money, and they're going to try to win all 5 games.
I see. So a extractor trick, I think, coming here from Stryker. No, he's actually going to finish this gas. What is this build?
It's for fast mutas, 1 base.
One
I
base
don't really-
fast muta.
I don't really like
Okay.
it that much because you can get overrun, or your opponent can actually counter it by just getting the expansion. And yeah,
We're seeing
see,
that right
blue
now.
blue's doing the counter build to this. So it's
Cross.
11 hatch 10 pull build.
11 hatch 10 pull out of cross Stryker. I don't even know this build at all, but he's gonna have quick mutas, I guess. Very quick mutas.
Yeah,
We'll
and
probably
Stryker
see-
will do some good damage with if Stryker's caught off guard, or if Cross is caught off guard. But
We'll see if there's any damage done by the early lings here from Cross. And then I think we'll have to see spores come out from him if he wants to, stay alive here once the mutalisks pop out. But I'm really favoring I'm really favoring Cross here. Stryker's gonna have to pull off some pretty good micro tricks with those mutas to actually win this one. I think we'll see a wall here at the front of the base. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen a game on this map, but it used to be in the ladder pool. Isn't that right? What is the name of this map? I totally forget.
Neosulfate. It was in the last ladder pool, but they took it out.
yeah, it was a very popular map.
It's made by the same mapper of Eclipse.
Oh, really?
Shout out to Latius, who's a member of our Discord.
Cool.
Whoop, whoop.
This is fun, guys. Thanks for joining me today.
Hey, thanks for having us, man. I hated that I can't do it on Fridays anymore, but a Saturday here and there is going to be nice. Work called, and they're like, "Hey, you need to come back." Oh, we got some lings coming in from Stryker. Oh, and he got a nice little surround on Cross, and Cross should be able to hold this off just fine.
I think this is a
He
mistake.
doesn't have
I
ling
think.
speed. It is. Well, yes and no. He's just trying to put some pressure on, force some extra lings, slow the Mutatech down, and then whenever Cross actually sees, oh crap, my opponent is 1 base Mutas, I have to go. But now he's going to run home, and he's going to create a little surround inside of his base, around the egg, to kind of funnel these lings in.
There's just going to be so
can't
many
lose his
lings
hatchery.
from
What's he
Cross
doing?
in.
Okay, so he wanted speed to finish and get a jump on him.
Stryker's running back home now. Can he actually hold with the lings he has at the front of the natural there? It's going to be tough.
He can, because he's going to funnel them in. So you can see the Evo chamber going down for Cross right now. See how he's going to funnel these lings in? He's going to have to micro very carefully, though.
No, this. I think he might get
Oh,
broken
he's not?
here.
He's not funneling right. He's fighting an even amount of lings at a time. He's,
Didn't
oh my
have-
gosh, he's going to get
Yeah.
overrun.
He's going to get overrun here. There's too many lings. He does have that one sunken colony. How's the micro here?
Oh,
Uses the drones very well to block that, but that is a trick he's going to have to repeat over and over again as Cross sends more and more lings. Double. Oh, evolution chamber plus a creep colony here.
Okay, that I don't know if I agree with. That's gonna make it very, very tough to keep up.
Oh, drone goes
Who is
down.
this even one drone?
Two drones go down.
Yeah. Stryker's in a lot of trouble.
But a lot of Lings just walking in here and dying, and there's
he didn't
no
build a
spore
spore.
on this side. He hasn't built the spore
I
yet.
thought he built the spore.
Some Scourge
Okay.
do pop out.
Now he doesn't have enough mutas to one-shot these scores though.
Yeah, a lot of these
mutas
mutas are going down. It's a big problem for Stryker right now. He's gonna run away with the mutas, but I mean, he did a decent amount of damage there. Killed off quite a few drones. Let's see what the actual drone numbers are there. Poof, that's pretty damn low. I think there's like 5 or 6 drones in the main. 5 drones there. Oof.
He does have a spore at each base. And as long as he's careful, I think Cross is going to pull this one out. You cannot let Stryker's muta count get any higher, though, because that's when you can start one-shotting the Scourge.
He's one-shotting them.
Yeah. He's got 4 now.
And he's got access to the Spire here. The Spore is not in a decent location there. It is covering the gas, but he can't cover this Spire as well, and he can't cover the bottom mineral patches either. Things coming in here, trying to run into the main. He's gonna go for that Spore. Going for the Spore here.
Cross reacted
This is
slow.
huge.
This could be bad. Okay, so he got the Scourge to try to cover.
Sending the Lings at the same time as the Scourge. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no more one-shotting with the mutas here. He loses another muta. Can he finish off this Spire though?
Spire's gonna
Almost
go down.
dead.
Oh.
He loses another muta. I think he's gonna get it finally. Finish it. 29 health. Is there gonna be another Scourge popping out to finish these off? No.
Let's check Stryker's base. So Stryker's still on what? 5 drones? 4 drones? 5 drones. So he has to. Oh, he's pumping Lings. I guess that would be the correct decision to go though, because I don't see Stryker actually making any. Let's see if he is
sunk in here.
He does have
Gets
a
a drone. That is a huge pick off there. Huge.
These games are so back and forth, man. You just can't.
I love ZVZ. It's so intense.
You can't cast them properly. You can't. You think it's gonna go one way and it's not. It's like, no. What are you thinking?
Ooh, bunch of Lings pop out here for a Cross. Is he gonna counter? I mean, there's so many Sunkens there. 2 Sunkens is like might as well be 10 Sunkens. They're just not really a good way to attack that with a low number of Lings.
So Stryker is gonna start his muta production back again. No Spire going back down for Cross yet, though.
He's so low on his...
I would not.
Oh, there we go. There's that Spire. He's very, very low on the income right now.
I feel like he should have put his Spire below his spawning pool in his main base instead of outside like that.
Yeah, you might be right there.
Well, the mutas can kind of break open this little path right here with these Lings, and if you can get some Lings running into the base, you can kind of have your mutas and your Lings attacking that Spire. And if this Spire goes down again, it's over.
There's a weak point in the defense here for Cross right now. He's trying to fill it up. He's adding on a Spore to the bottom of his main hatchery. He's adding on a Spore to the top of his natural hatchery. That's going to block or to protect the route between the 2 bases there. If Stryker gets over top of that area with a bunch of mutas and cuts off the flow between the 2 bases, then he could get some Lings in, and that's a great way to end the ZVZ when you have the air advantage.
I think he's
Coming
fixing
in there
it,
now.
I think
Looks like he's closed that hole.
I think he made a Spore there, and he kind of sealed that off. Yep. So he's got plenty of Lings. He's not going to be worried about. I think Cross is going to pull this one out now.
Stryker starts the drone harassment here. 2 more drones go down. That is some good damage from Stryker there. Only one drone remains here in the natural. Comes back to pick it off. Great micro there by Stryker. A very, very low economy game here. Nice pickoff on the Overlord as well. Almost finishes off a Mutalist too. Stryker thinking about taking a second base here. He does need a second base if he wants to contend with Cross here in the later stages. Some Lings coming up.
See, Stryker can't afford to lose those third games right now.
Gonna go after drones here. He's going after drones. One drone does go down.
Either.
Ooh, 2 drones fall.
That bought him a little bit of time.
Stryker.
That was a great trade, though.
That's gonna be rough here because now there's nothing on the ground for Cross, and some Lings are gonna come across the map, and he can try to focus down some of these spore colonies if he wants to.
I don't know. I think it's about to get
engage
out of
at this
hand.
point. Ooh, big connection there on one of the mutas of Stryker. Does get a Scourge in there. Oh, some Ling's gonna slip into the main to go for some
Picked off rather quickly.
kills here. They get killed off pretty darn quickly.
Wait.
Oh,
Was
a drone
what?
here from Stryker.
Well, he's gonna try to
What
sunk
is
at
that
him.
drone there?
Is he gonna try to sunk at him?
No.
Yeah. No. I think that's honestly. I feel like that was kind of a last ditch effort. I think
Yeah.
Stryker kind of realizes the game has kind of gone too far at this point, and he's not going to be able to keep up anymore.
Yeah, the gas is now mining fully at the natural, and Cross is starting to build up a surplus here of Mutalus.
Yeah, he's already outside.
There's not much more that Stryker can do at this point. Can he actually take a natural base? I just don't see it happening. There's nothing on the ground here for Cross. But the Mutalist number continues to grow here. Yeah, he's going to try and take that. And Overlord going to go down here in the middle as well.
See, and that hurts substantially more than it would if Cross lost his Overlord. We're still two hatched to one.
Just the Mutalist battle. I think that Stryker's just going to have to tap out here. He doesn't have enough mutas to fight. He's behind in the mining as well. And every muta goes down. GG. Cross.
Stryker actually played that really well. Cross kind of counter-builded in that game without even knowing he did it. So
yeah, that was a bit of a counter build there. Mentioned earlier, the 12 hatch versus the early gas. That build is not very popular, I think, and for good reason. It's a easily countered, I think, here by the 12 hatch for sure, and that's probably the most popular build that you can find in ZVZ. Gives you a lot of potential for Ling kills coming across the map. You can also go into the sort of spore defense we saw there. It's been worked out by a lot of Zerg players. They've kind of figured that style out, where you add on all of the spores and just keep yourself alive. It's a bit unfortunate that he got picked like that, counter built like that, but you know, it's going to be okay. He can still come back. We've still got 3 more games. Am I right, guys? We're going to go 5 games, no matter what happens.
Every single match, 5 games. Each game is worth some money. You want to maximize your single game wins and minimize your single game losses.
All right.
Oh,
So
I like that.
get into game number 3 then, guys. We got Stryker here, top right-hand corner. The pink Zerg on Eclipse. And down in the bottom left, got Cross coming off of a win here. Down in the bottom right, bottom left of Eclipse. Eclipse, one of my favorite maps. Such a great map, and that's funny that actually both of those maps were made by the same map maker. What's his name? The
Latius.
Latius. Shout out.
He's
to
also
Latius.
created the new map Ascension, which was tested by pro gamers in the ASL map contests. You may have seen Bisu and Flash and other pro gamers play on a bunch of new maps. One of them is by Latius called Ascension.
I'll have to check that out. I don't think I've seen that that clip or that VOD actually. There's a lot of VODs that just kind of slip by in Brood War. So many different tournaments and great events that just don't get any attention.
I heard the Koreans pulled together $6,000 while those pro gamers were testing them out.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
the VOD should be on Best's Twitch maybe a week ago, on Flash's as well, so they're observing each other's games as well.
All right, so I think both players getting into an early pool here. Didn't see if that was overpool or a 9 pool, but looks like a 9 pool just based on the Overlord timing when it was coming out here. Both players going to get into speed here first, it looks like. Though, yeah, it looks like speed for both players. And 6 Ling's going to pop out. Probably going to go up to 8 and feel each other out here in this cross map area. Oh, actually, look at this. Cross going around the bottom side here. He's going to go around his opponent's Lings. He's spotted them out already. Just barely going to get spotted. Stryker sees the Lings of his opponent coming towards his main. Let's Cross have back at home actually to deal with this. He's got some Lings on the ramp and a drone behind them. What's at home here for Stryker? Not much. Sunken Colony being thrown down, but that's going to be a while before that's up. 2 Lings here with the drone micro. Maybe he can make it happen.
See, Stryker seems like he's in a better position right now.
Oh, Cross loses a drone there. The Sunken Colony does come up. Players push back, but I think that Stryker came out on top there. Yeah, I think you're right.
What is he sending? Is he gonna sunken it? Okay,
He is
so he
sending
sees,
drones across the map. All right, he's going all
sees
in.
that his opponent is ahead of him. His layer's done. His spire started.
Why is he going for a layer here, though? I'm a bit curious.
He needs to cancel his layer, to be honest. Well,
This is an all-in maneuver from Cross.
But maybe if he feels like he does enough damage and his layer's still done, they can kind of finish the game out.
Maybe.
On footing.
We'll see here. This is about as all-in as it gets. Luckily for Cross, Stryker moved his overlords away from his opponent's base, so he doesn't see this coming. Can he get both of these down? This is the moment of truth here. Both of them actually do get down. Oh, he cancels the creep colony there for Stryker as well. Getting mighty close here. Bolty's gonna morph. He's gonna pull all the drones. Here he comes. He's gonna surround one of these sunken colonies. Can he take it down with just a pure drone? Got a micro against this.
No.
Oh, more Lings arrive, and there's the sunken colonies coming up. Oh, this is gonna be GG for sure. He's going after that sunken, just making sure it's a little bit low so that he can finish it off. There it is. Doesn't need to go for any drones here. He's just going to focus on... Oh, he's actually focusing on the egg, I think, there.
Yes, you have to focus the egg. Yes.
Ah, okay. Focuses the egg. No mutas for you.
No units. Yeah, if you can't build anything else, you're not going to do anything.
That is true. GG.
Wow.
Oh, Cross. Sneaky, sneaky man here. Gets the quick win with the Sunkens. I mean, he was behind there, so I understand wanting to go all in. Ended up working out for him. That's a cheeky build. My God. Worked out well. All right. That was the type of ZVZ we're used to. The very, very quick sort of build. I think we're going to get through these 5 games in pretty short order here. Especially if the games end up going like that. If we don't see players really bunkering down, getting their second expansions and going for things like spores, we're going to see a lot of quick games. This is next map coming up, guys. I'm not familiar with this one. Demonio Azul. Looks cool, though.
Yeah, it is a cool map. It's Demon Yo. No, I'm just joking.
Demon head in the center of this map. Pretty sweet. Can you actually walk over that, or is that an impassable terrain? Oh, okay.
You walk over.
All right, then. Game number 3. Game number 3, am I right? No, game number 4, excuse me. Game number 4.
ZVZ, man, it sneaks up on you.
Cross versus Stryker. Yeah, it goes by quick. Cross here in the center left. Bottom left in the blue. Stryker over in the red. Down in the bottom right here. So on Demono Azul, I guess we are on low ground here with the main. We got some natural high grounds right around the map. Probably not going to matter too much in this matchup, but look forward to dissecting this map further in later series. It'll be interesting. Find out what the early game builds are going to be. 9 pool for both players.
It can be a very, very fun map. I like TVP on it, to be honest.
Shout out to Freakling, the map maker also made Reap the Storm, Roadkill, Inner Coven, and other maps that have been featured in Pro Leagues.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, totally mirrored builds here from both Stryker and Cross. You see an Overlord pop out and 6 lings being produced all at the same time for both players. Looks like, oh, maybe not gonna save. Oh yeah, he will have 6 lings. Looks like Stryker just popped out an extra drone there. Yeah, 6 lings gonna be produced for both players. And where will this first 100 gas go to? Stryker not spending that quite yet. There we go. Looks like the speed for both players once again. So sticking with that speed. Be handy in this early game here with the ling on ling action. I don't think that Stryker's actually sending his lings to the middle of the map. He wants to go around Cross this time. We saw last time Cross tried this same maneuver to get into his opponent's base. But
Stryker benefited from last time, so let's see if either one of them's preparing for it. You can see Cross kind of got vision. It's like, oh crap, here we go again. Stryker
4 lings in his main.
Yeah.
2 more pump out, so he's matched now. Same number of lings on both sides with the drone support. Oh, he loses 1 drone. Do you think he's gonna lose another one there? Yes, he did lose 2 drones there. And
so Cross was ready for it this time, man.
Cross was totally prepared here. He needs to get some drone kills. He's going after one. Doesn't quite manage to pick it off. We go back around here and bang on that spawning pool. But I think the Cross completely holds here. It's not looking good for Stryker. They're losing a couple of drones. It's going to be a hard road back to a victory here. Stryker evacuating the base now.
I love watching Lings chase each other.
It's some ASMR for the eyes. Nice and smooth. So glad they remastered this game. Looks so much better, honestly. Love it.
Oh yeah. Somebody was telling me the other day, they're like, bro, I put my graphics back to the old style and it runs so much better. Well, yeah, because those graphics are like almost 25 years old.
Runs better. Like, what kind of computer are they running this thing on? That's crazy.
Well, they stream and they do all kinds of other stuff. So I mean, not everybody's computer is built for being able to stream and cast or whatever.
I see. Well, I don't think many people are gonna want to watch a cast of the old graphics. That's
Some people like it, man.
maybe.
Yeah.
Dude. The thing that really kind of makes it for me is the widescreen. The widescreen is huge. Makes a giant difference. Stryker gonna back up here, and I think he's gonna cut production of the Lings just in order to get as many drones out here as possible. He's gonna have to hold against superior forces here at the front of his natural. Doesn't have the setup perfect. He doesn't have it perfect, but he is taking.
Finish lining it up. No, he got run over.
He gets run over. Yes.
This game.
Nothing left here for
Cross
Stryker.
the head. He got Lings in his face.
He's producing Midas right now as we speak. Yeah. There it is. GG. Stryker gonna tap out. So Cross. He is now up 3-1. He's looking good here in the series. I mean, that was the same move what Stryker just did to Cross as Cross did in the last game. But it really didn't work out too well for him. Cross really dealt with that perfectly, and he won the battle in Stryker space as well. Bit of an advantage here in the Zergling micro, I think, going to Cross.
Just want to thank BSL for rating us, I believe. Welcome, everyone.
Awesome.
BSL.
Fantastic games today.
Thank you very much. Got a live show match going on here between Cross and Stryker. ZVZ. Cross is up 3-1 currently. Game number 5 coming in.
I gotta say, ZVZ is really fun to watch with Cross and Stryker.
Yeah, they've definitely made it interesting every game. A couple of them they've made really hard to cast.
Wow, big upset in the channel actually for the betting pool here. 97% of people thought that Stryker was going to win that last one.
Oof.
A lot of channel points going to a few people. Only one person actually. Okay, so we only got 4 people betting. But a lot of points on the line.
Throw your bets in, people.
Yeah, throw your bets in for these two guys. ZVZ. All right, game number 5 here, guys. We've got Stryker down in the bottom right-hand corner. He's in the white now. He's spawning as Zerg, and in the bottom left-hand corner. Whoa, I saw a spore colony there. That was surprising. We've got the player Cross What is that spore colony for? Is
So,
that just neutral?
so on this map, it's kind of like on Ringing Bloom. You've got those. Oh, I don't even know what you want to call them.
Overmind cocoon.
Yeah, cocoons. And so these are kind of similar. It pushes the creep out for Zerg to the ramp, so they don't have to build a hatchery there, and then start placing the sunken if they want to hold their ramp. But now killing those spores don't do anything because there are boulders underneath them. So the ground is still, impassable. Either way you look at it. So the only benefit that you would have is if you're going against Zerg and they have not taken their ramp yet, and you kill those, then it'll push the creep back. But probably by that time, it's not going to happen,
Well, we've actually seen on Ringing Bloom a lot recently, pro gamers trying to take out those Overmind cocoons at other bases. For example, in like Protoss versus Zerg matchup, we'll have the Protoss move out and take down the Overmind cocoons at other bases with just a few zealots, so that the Zerg player can't just drop a Nidus in those bases and then take them really quickly. So that could play a factor on a map like this as well. It's interesting to see map makers, copying, or not copying, but just kind of taking inspiration from the Ringing Bloom maps. Actually, it looks like there's no creep up here in the top right hand corner. How does that work? Is that
because
You have to
there's
actually
no...
spawn there as Zerg.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. That is very interesting. I wonder how those map triggers work. That's pretty cool.
Shout out to Freakling.
Freakling.
He's been mapping
Genius
for
in the
2
chat.
decades and has helped Wallstein, who's made Ringing Bloom.
Very interesting. Very interesting. It's like Stryker's got some lings in the main of Cross now. A few lings of Cross just hanging out in the middle of the map. Good micro there, keeping the drones alive. Gonna take some damage on this spawning pool. It's fine for now. Not anywhere near being taken out, but can't allow that to go on for very long. Oh, here comes the lings. They have speed. So big advantage to Stryker here for just a few more seconds before the lings come up. Okay, speed is now finished. Stryker going for a drone. He gets one. One drone going down there.
If Stryker had fought there.
Four lings flooding in from Cross. The counterattack is real. One drone goes down. I think another 2 or 3 might go down here in quick succession.
Oh,
2,
no.
3 drones. A lot going down here from Stryker. He loses all of the drones in the main. GG. Beautiful timing there for the counterattack from Cross, winning that game. Very, very quick one there for game number 5, guys. Cross, great counterattack. That was a fast game there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting how the 4 colonies work on that map. I hope that we get to see some more games on that map in the future. That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. We will. They'll
I'd
be
like
coming
to
up.
see. Yeah, that is a problem, like I was mentioning before with Ringing Bloom. The ability for Zerg to take extra mains is very, very real for Protoss and Terran to deal with. Just drop that Nidus in one of those other mains. Pretty tough to prevent that unless you want to kill all of the Overmind cocoons. But interesting there that you can solve that pretty easily as a map maker if you can just make the creep not spawn. That's one way to deal with that.
All right, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is called the Best of the Best Tour. The players on the screen whose names you see are featured in this 3-month event. They all have to play each other. So 66 show matches. When you have 12 players who have to play each other, that's 330 total games. Each player has 11 matches, or 55 games. Under the column remaining, those are how many games they have left to play. Under the column played, that shows how many games they have played. The point of this Best of the Best Tour is to maximize your single game wins, under the column wins, so that you can have a higher win rate ratio, under that column. And the best of the best is really determined by picking off more game wins from your opponents than others. It's kind of an interesting new way to measure the skill levels of top players. We have 4 Protoss representatives, 4 Zerg representatives, and 4 Terran representatives. We also got a cool prize system where every single game is worth some money. At $4,300 prize pool right now, every single game win is worth $13. So if you win 5-0 in a show match right now, you just won $60. If you lost 2-3 in one show match, you still get paid for those 2 games that you won, approximately $26. Players get paid at the end of the 3-month event, so as the prize pool keeps increasing, so does the value of each game that was played and is to be played.
Yeah, and we're continuously trying to get more sponsors, guys, and a bigger cash pool. If you guys have any ideas or suggestions, or when you subscribe or donate, this goes all to the players. I know I'm not taking any kickbacks or anything for doing this. Ox, if you're giving money away, though, you can kind of throw me in on that. I'm just joking.
No, it's all good. All subs and donations go to the prize pool. Please help us get to the $6,000 goal. Every single game win would be worth, I think, around $18. Every 5-game matchup would be worth $90. So it's a really good way to financially support these active Brood War players. We don't have administrative costs, so all your money is going to the prize pool, and it's going to be spread out more evenly because all players have to do is win single game wins, and every single player so far has done that. That means that the 3 or 4 favorites, top players in the end, aren't going to be able to grab all the prize pool for themselves. It's going to be more equitably shared. Please do consider donating and subscribing. If we get to a $6,000 prize pool, Teru and Oya have agreed to play on their own streams, shirtless and drunk one day, so that's another fun stretch goal.
Oh, and drunk. Okay, yeah, I might be in for that.
And you know what? We might release all the replays, guys, if we get to the $6,000 prize pool. That's 330 replays. These are probably the best replays outside of Korea because these are the top foreigners, more or less. There are some others that we invited or who couldn't participate. Really great way to support the Brood War community. So please consider subbing, donating. Much appreciated. We got another matchup coming up. Dewalt versus Dragon. Dragon plays Zerg against Protoss, so it will be a PvZ. Before we get into it, I would like to quickly mention we have a very special show match between Dewalt and Dandy on Tuesday, March 16th at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. There will be 9 whole games on standard ladder maps. As a teaser, we're going to start off with Terror vs. Kala. This is not going to be on a regular Twitch channel. This is going to be on a new streaming platform called Trovo.live. You see the link at the bottom. They are our new sponsor. They're willing to throw money at us to sponsor show matches with top foreigners, with top Koreans. In fact, we even tried to get Bisu and Flash, who are unavailable, but other pro gamers have expressed interest in participating in show matches or long-term events, including a Korean Pro Gamer Best of the Best tour, Larva, Best, Queen, and others. Please do show up. We need your viewership. We found a sponsor who's willing to take care of the money issue for us. We just need live viewers in order to justify continued sponsorship. We are collaborating with a StarCraft 2 team called Alpha X. If you ever check the calendar on Team Liquid, you will see a ton of Alpha X events. They do 10 a week. That's because they're sponsored by Trovo Live. And they're trying to do for us what they've done in StarCraft 2. Really good sponsorship opportunity. Please, please, please show up and give us your viewership. If you can, log into Trovo Live, create an account because you need one in order to chat, and follow us at Team Think Quick TTV. They also have a streamer program where streamers can get paid to stream because they're trying to compete with Twitch. And they have all the money in the world because they're owned by Tencent, a multi-billion-dollar company. So we're really trying to pave the way for individual Brood War streamers who stand a chance of qualifying for their streamer program, so that we could financially support Brood War players on their platform. Not too much Brood War content on there yet, but that's sort of the long-term vision. And I think that would be a great way to support Brood War players and attract newcomers. So please do join us for that event. Quark, Pato, and Machine will be casting it. If we satisfy our sponsor, there will be more events and we'll get different community casters. And I think it's a really good opportunity for us. There's a thread about it on Team Liquid. It's on the front page as well as in the general forum. Big shout out to Team Liquid administrators and mods who've supported our events and spread news about them.
Hardest working man in the industry right here, OxTQ. Trying to keep this going for the players.
Oh.
I love it.
It's a community thing. That's what makes this so fun. Like, I'm joined by you guys. We have map makers who we hang out with. You know, it's awesome having players, foreigners, Koreans kind of like connect with us. I love talking to like other fans of Brood War. So it's really for the community, by the community initiative. During this COVID time, it means a lot to me, and hopefully it means something to some people out there. And you know what? Spring's around the corner, guys. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah.
Dewalt vs. Dragon. I will be hosting. These were freshly replayed, so if my casters want to join, I don't think it's going to lag too much. Sane, if you wanted to join the replay game, if it's a little boring watching the Discord screen share.
Oh, that's fine. I'll just watch you on Discord.
You're like the only person who'd rather watch me on Discord than... Okay.
Do what?
Well, most casters like to just join the replay, and
I do, but I'll try to stay in the spirit of things. No, you know what? I might hop on Brood War.
See?
Go for it, then.
I might hop on Brood
That's what I'm talking about.
Keep you company, man.
If you check out my channel, I always do VODs, like Korean VODs, and I never control the camera, so it's just kind of comfortable for me, I guess, so I'll stick with this.
Well, I mean, normally if somebody else wants to jump in, like I think Quark usually jumps in with him, and I've cast with Quark a couple times now. I'll just let him do it, but he's not here today, so I'm taking the spot.
Go for it, man.
Pato, I miss you. Where are you?
Here, sir, here.
He's been very quiet today. That's cool.
I know. I
I've been
miss his
concentrating.
sexy
I've been
Spanish
concentrating.
accent.
It's because Saiyan keeps talking so much. No, I'm just joking. I've been there. You know, like who was it? Quark and Urban. That was a really fun cast. I enjoyed doing it with those guys, but they were more talkative than I was. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hang back. My kids are running around anyway, so it kind of worked out.
You gotta fight for your turn to speak. That's what makes the 3 casting fun.
Oh, I'll talk over you. I don't care. I think everybody that watches this stream is like, oh yeah, that's WhyUSuk. He's definitely talking over that guy.
Guys, we have some fun like channel rewards. emote only chat. You can time somebody out. There's a Pato Spanish cast. And if you have any other suggestions, happy to add those. We got some cool emotes of WhyUSuk TQ and his kids, if you subscribe. Let's get into it.
Okay, go.
Don't rush me, Pato.
I'm not gonna let you edit my kids' emotes. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I disabled that, and I also made one of the emotes tier 2, so WhyUSuk doesn't even have access to it. It's his baby girl,
I know. I can't even get access to my own child's emote.
Juliet. That's the hype one. It's really cute.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh wait, I think the what one is Juliet as well as the baby. I'm sorry. Right?
Yeah. That one's funny, man. Her eyes are all cross-eyed. My wife put a little question mark over her head. Oh, it was hilarious.
Dewalt vs. Dragon. Best of the best tour. Get your predictions in. What?
Well,
Dragon.
this is no-brainer.
Well, was it? I'm not gonna spoil anything for you guys, but in BSL, it was just awesome today. Lots of surprises for me.
Yeah, but no-brainer.
You're an IRK, and
Yeah.
Dewalt is an IRK member, so your opinions are biased. No? Or is he really that good?
Nah, for me, it's really... Dewalt is playing ASL, right?
Hey, did all foreigners know about ASL qualifiers? Because I read a message from Bonnet. I don't think he knew about it to be able to
Well, I don't
participate.
know. I don't know. I sincerely don't pay attention since it will be really... It will be like a sad joke if I play ASL, so...
Well, I usually hear news about everything, and I never saw anything on TL or Reddit or Discords about, hey, there's ASL qualifiers, if you're interested, participate. So...
Well, they were drafted in the groups,
What server
right?
are you on?
Somebody
So
says they can't
maybe-
participate, you have to be in Korea, but the ball's
Well,
not in
maybe-
Korea.
Well, maybe if... Oh, he lost the scan.
Spoiler alert!
Hey, what server are you on?
US West.
Now let me join your game.
I'll recreate it.
Yeah, the qualifiers
Yeah.
this year are online because of coronavirus, so I think that it might be possible for people
You
to
saying invalid password?
join from outside Korea.
Pato, are you in a barcode?
It's alright. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You guys go ahead. You're good.
Dragon vs. Dewalt, Game 1 on Polypoid.
I'm off.
Yeah, for some reason it wasn't letting me join anyways. I wasn't gonna keep fighting it. Hold the stream up.
Well, interesting. So, Saiyan, you want to introduce our players, or?
All right, game number 1 here, guys. Dragon versus Dewalt. Top left-hand corner, Dragon spawning as the red Zerg. Down in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Dewalt, the blue Protoss here. Switching back and forth with the
Quit
colors there. You're messing me up.
Like, instead of zooming in, that's what I do. Is that bad?
No.
It's all right. No worries.
I'll stop doing it if it's bad. Let me know, folks.
Now, normally, Dragon is a Protoss user, as many of you do know. He actually performed fairly well today for BSL. I think he knocked off Dandy. Was that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, poor Dandy.
And then I think he knocked off Kogut too. I think he beat him earlier. I know he took a game or two off of him.
Well, they played the last game, but I didn't stick around to see the end result. So
I know he took one game off him because I thought Kogut had it in the bag, and Dragon completely turned it around. So he's on a roll, man. Even if he didn't take both games off of Kogut, he's earning his spot. I'll say that. I didn't think he
OP.
Yes, that's right. We gotta be on the same page, man.
Okay, so I really like the gate openers. So I don't like when Protoss opens Forge first against Zerg. So the sad part is that they are cross positioned, so I'm not thinking that Zealots will make enough damage.
And we're gonna see a slow trickle of Zealots coming across the map. We'll have to find out what is popping out of these eggs here. Is it gonna be straight up Zerglings, 6 Zerglings, or just 2?
Usually it's
Ooh,
just
just
2.
2 so far. And he hasn't spotted this Zealot just yet. He sees that there's a gateway opener. He's gonna add some more Zerglings now to deal with this first Zealot. It's lucky that he's actually cross-spawned because this Zealot would be almost in the base by now. With only 2 Lings there, it could be a problem. Second Zealot just going to stay at home as the Nexus gets dropped. Dragon chasing this probe. Let's see where he's going to put the first Zealot. He's going for the 3rd base, looks like. And is that a drone over at the 3rd base? He's going to block it. There we go. Nice. So a little bit of a delay on the 3rd base there. And he's going to tuck this Zealot in a corner. Make sure it's hard to kill. Ah, he forces the 3rd base to be put off center here. That's a big deal. Now, this really signals to the Protoss player that, hey, I'm not going to go for something like a 973. My mining is going to be so screwed up as a Zerg player if I decide to just go for 973 here that, you know, it's just not really an option. He's going to have to go into a later game. He's not going to drop a early Hydralisk Den here. I think Dewalt can be pretty confident of that fact. And we're going to see Dragon try to play a nice long macro game here. He's going to get his lair down pretty soon. He's going to add on a bunch more hatcheries. At least one more at that 3rd base has to come down, but we'll probably see 5 or 6 hatcheries here this game.
And just so everybody knows that the 973 reference was a Hydra bus reference. So 9 drones, 7 drones, 3 drones at each one of the expansions. Just to keep everybody informed. I knew the build, but I never, there for a while, I didn't know what it was called, so. Very, very useful information there for us, Saiyan. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. So the 973 is a pretty popular build, and it is a kind of like a nightmare build for the Protoss players because losing to an early Hydralisk bust is so frustrating as a Protoss player.
Demoralizing, man. I mean, it's demoralizing.
That is.
You feel like you're just, I don't know. I've got so many negative emotions from dying to that, so I don't want to talk about it.
A lot of Lings out here. A good response to the early gateway build. There will be 5 Zealots heading across the map now. So hopefully you can take a good engage with those Zealots. I don't think he's seen them actually leave the base. A little bit strange here from Dragon. Just pulls back that Overlord so early. Really important to have Overlords in position to see when these Zealots move out. He's seeing it now. So luckily spots it before it actually gets into the 3rd base here. But can he block this properly? Find out just now. There are enough Zealots here to take out these Lings. It's going to get us around on that creep colony. Not a very good engage here from Dragon. A lot of the Zerglings just wandering around the outside of these hatcheries. Great positioning here by Dewalt. He's focusing on the sunken colony, picks it off, forcing all of these drones away, and it's going to make Dragon produce a lot more Zerglings here to try and deal with this attack. Here we go. He's going to surround the Zealots here behind the hatchery. Another Zealot going to sneak in here. Is he paying attention to these drones? I think he is. And will kill off those Zealots and secure his third base. There we go. Like the positioning here from Dragon. He's got that nice setup there in the front of the natural hatchery plus Hydralisk Den. That is a tight wall against Zealots. Be able to hold back any sort of Zealot attack there in the front. And he's got a fifth hatchery coming up, so maybe just the 5 hatch here. We'll see if he throws down that 6 hatch and just goes straight into Hydra style. Full on Hydras popping out. Now he doesn't have a second gas just yet. Looks like he's going to take it now, so lair coming up. That's a pretty late lair, actually. No Stargate here. We have the Citadel of Adun. Zealot speed coming up, and this is just going to be an all-out Zealot attack here across the map very shortly. See when the Dragon starts adding on these Hydras, man. He needs to start adding on Hydras here. Getting into Lurkers as well. It's going to be a ton of Zealots coming out here, and this is not going to stop. He's starting the aggression now, and this is never going to end. He's just going to keep pressuring here and trying to kill off this base up in the top left. Ooh, I like the position of that one sunken behind the gas. That is going to be hard to kill.
Lurker being made right now from Dragon.
He's got a Lurker already? No way. He just started the lair. He just finished the lair.
Excuse me.
Okay.
If he could just buy a little time here, which he's doing, I think Dewalt's going to opt to take a third base here. Don't know if I agree with him skipping Corsairs. Well, I do. And I'll say why. He got the scouting information off that he needed. He did sufficient damage, and he could just keep pressure on this way. This is actually one of Dewalt's strengths. Once he got you on the back foot, he's keeping you there. You're not getting your footing back. He's going to keep the pressure on, and he's going to take whatever steps he needs to take, whether it's a base or whatever.
Dragon is on the back foot here. He is playing that sort of larva-esque style, just staying way back. Oh, going for surround here? No. He decides to pull back. Archons here rather than Templar. Bit curious, that choice. Maybe he thought that mutas might be popping out here.
Ooh, he is making Maelstrom.
It's just gonna be Maelstrom coming out. A little bit surprised about that tech. It's not something we regularly see unless there is a bunch of Mutalisks out on the map. That's more of an anti-Mutalisk tech there. So I don't know about that play from Dewalt. Dragon is completely locked up. And he's got Lurkers out here, whereas Dewalt doesn't even have his robotics facility finished yet. If there was a Lurker here at that third base, there's no way that Dewalt could actually take that. That would have been horrible for him, but luckily he manages to get the third base up, and he will be able to get into his observers here pretty soon. Missing a little bit of an opportunity there, Dragon, but he's playing a very nice, tight game here. Good defense, tons of hatcheries, adding on his fourth base now. Fourth base on the way for Dewalt now. His Dark Templar is out, and it has Maelstrom researched. If he gets a good catch on some Lurkers or on some Hydras here in the future, of course, even if you're not using it on the Mutalisk Clump, it'll still be a very strong spell when combined with the Storm. It's like Hive is done. Dragon's gonna go directly into his Defiler tech, get those swarms out, and start pushing forward with the Lurkerling tech. The Crackling upgrade should be on the way now. And
Why two Sunkens there in the middle, like in the outside position of his natural?
in the mineral only base, you mean?
Yeah, his natural expansion. There's those two forward Sunkens.
But that was for earlier, for the
those two right there.
He just put him there, so I don't understand those Sunkens.
No, they've been there for a while.
He doesn't want to allow his opponent to come up with the Dragoons and start bashing at the hatchery there. So if, you know, Dewalt wedges himself between the fourth base and the natural. One way that Protoss players will push through some of these areas, well, he's trying to push through this area right now. Big storm over on that side, but he kind of misses the drones there. Picks off about 3 or 4. Trying to push through here, but a lot of the zealots have been picked off. There's still a lot of lings here to push forward. Oh my goodness, a Maelstrom goes down there, but it's completely ineffective. Only catching about 2 or 3 of those lings. It could have been used much, much better if he'd landed that on some of these Lurkers. The Lurkers are running forward. They're going to burrow. This entire army is going to be destroyed here for Dewalt. Dragon playing a beautiful game right now. Oh, the huge storm there. Killing a lot of those Lurkers, but 2 do survive. And all of the army of Dewalt has been annihilated. He does have 4 bases, though. He's got a lot of income here. Sitting on 4 base against the Zerg's 4 base. It's going to be up to Dragon now to try and take this top right-hand side. He's not really interested in attacking right now. Another base coming up for Dewalt. Wow, he is just a machine with the amount of bases he's producing.
I told you, his build is like a machine. He's a solid, sound player in every regard. I think the thing that makes him a tier above everyone else in his own right is his timings, his builds, his consistency most of all.
He's actually gonna break this.
You don't see him have many bad games.
Come some reinforcements here for Dragon. He's gonna try and keep his new base alive here, that fresh base on the right hand side, but Dewalt taking great trades with those units. He's got a solid army here left over, and he will take out this base. And if Dragon isn't careful, he's actually going to be down on bases to his opponent. He's got the Defilers out now. Counterattacks with Lings and Defilers will be very, very strong here. But he's got to get across the map, and Dewalt is standing in between him and his bases right now. Yeah, see, these Zerglings are going to head around the outside. Going to try for a counterattack. Dragon's been playing a good game so far. He crushed that first move out by Dewalt, but since then, things have kind of changed here. He's got a lot of bases up, Dewalt does. And Dragon's struggling to get this next base up. Dewalt on top of this.
What are the upgrades at for each player? Oh, see, I thought he was, and he's probably going to be way ahead. 2-2. Okay, so he's not too far behind at all. So that's very impressive. I'm surprised he got 2-2 out on his lings already. I just noticed that Zealot seemed like he was tanking a lot of hits.
Went up for another attack. He's going to try it one more time here. Dragon gets the Dark Swarm down, but this Dark Swarm not going to help him too much. Some more Lings going to come up here. Lurkers being sent to help the defense. Still a lot of Zealots left over here and not many Lings to fight. Can he actually hold this? Dragon losing all of his Sunkens. He's lost that first hatchery. All of the drones will be pulled here. And another kind of mediocre Maelstrom, but he's doing a great job pushing through all of this stuff here of Dragon. More and more Lings coming up though, and the Zealots have all but disappeared. There's only 2 Zealots here. And just pure Dragoon versus Cracklings is not going to be a good trade for Dewalt. Ooh, a lot of stuff comes up from behind. Where did all these Lurkers come from? He really could have used these Lurkers in the defense here, but he loses the hatchery.
Oh, Dewalt keeping him on that back foot, man.
And Dewalt, he's remacroing very, very well. 154 supply. Despite losing most of this army, he's got nothing up here in the top right-hand corner, though. He's trying to take that base. Losing a lot of these Lurkers. And I think that Dewalt just going to dive on these hatches with his Zealots here. He doesn't have any observers, so he can't really fight too well. But, you know, I'm missing... I feel like there's a part of this game that's really been missing here for Dragon. You know, picking off the observers is a big part of Zerg versus Protoss. We haven't really seen him kind of go for those observers, dive on those observers, and try to keep his Lurkers alive for longer. That's a bit unfortunate for Dragon. He still hasn't added on a Spire, I think. But just having a couple of Scourge out with a Overlord during those fights, you can just target those onto the observers and pick them off. That gives your Lurkers much more longevity. You can win fights that way very, very easily. It's like a dropship coming up here to the top right-hand corner. It's going to drop in on this fresh base. Big storms here. Going to annihilate most of these workers. And he's going to jump on top of that Nidus network there as well. All of these Lings getting cleaned up. And a feedback there on the Defiler, going to deny this counterattack. Oh, more storm drops come through the north side, and GG, Dragon tapping out here. Dewalt takes first blood.
Whoa. So Dewalt has the highest win ratio in the tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel we are paying for his children's university. He's stumping everyone.
Yeah, he's playing at another level, man. I love it. He's giving us our money's worth. I mean, he's not easy at all on anybody.
I think that Dragon will take a look at that replay and see that there were a few small breaks in Dewalt's play, places where he could have taken advantages there that he just didn't really capitalize on. For example, the timing of the Lurkers was such that he probably could have put on some good pressure if he had known, you know, there was no observers there. Dewalt was being very greedy, adding on that robotics very late, wanted to get all his other tech out there, but you know, there was no chance of him getting attacked. He could have put pressure on that third base, at least not allow Dewalt to take that fourth base so recklessly. But he got that up, and I don't know, I think we got to have Dragon be a little bit more aggressive here. Can't just allow the machine, just Dewalt, just take all the bases, just get all the money, and just continuously put on pressure there. It's just not, it's not going to work out well for Dragon in this long series.
Alright, so next game on Neil Sylphid. Same maps, played in the same order in every single matchup. I know that might be boring for some, but we figured be more manageable because the players, they play on ladder, they play in BSL, they play in different kinds of events, and I feel you can't impose too many newer maps. So we picked at least 3 that are standard and were at least part of last season's ladder pool, Polypoid, Neosulfate, Eclipse, and added 2 newer maps to it, Dominio Azul and D's E-Ray. Dominio Azul, fortunately, is featured in BSL Season 11, so players are somewhat more familiar with it. D's E-Ray has a pocket expansion similar to Ringing Bloom in the current ladder pool, and if our best of the best players haven't vetoed that map, then maybe we thought they'd be a little bit more familiar with it. Yeah, but I just thought I'd add a note in there about all the maps, same ones being played on in the same order. I think that has some sort of impact on the results, but you can't really compare that with anything, right?
Yeah.
We also asked all of them what their 3 favorite maps were, and the 3 most mentioned ones were Polypoid, Neosulfate, and Eclipse. I also gave some thought to the order of it. That can only go so far, but I wanted to start things off with Polypoid and then get into Neosulfate and then Eclipse. So those 3 ladder standard maps give a player an opportunity to sort of like show that he is better than the other player on those 3 maps that they all are familiar with and good at. And then there's 2 kind of wildcard maps, you know, because sometimes people say, you know, that win or loss might not count because it was a newer map. For what it's worth, that was sort of our rationale for doing the map pool like this. Game 2. Let's do it.
Okay then. So on the upper side of the map we have our white player Dragon Nass, and on the bottom left we have our blue Protoss, the one and only IRK Dewalt.
Like, you can't even see Dewalt's name in the resource bar, right?
No, it's
Did the software
always that
developers
blue color,
test
yeah.
this out? Like, it's not even visible. It's a little too
No.
dark.
How
Am
would
I
they
wrong?
test it out?
but I trust that it's him. If he loses, we can say that it's another player, and you just mess up the replay. So we're going to see a Forge first opener, maybe? Oh yeah,
Pato, you're on fire today, man.
see ya, man. I'm a fortune teller. So I don't know why he doesn't open gate first on these maps, since I think rushing distance are shorter, but maybe the
Maybe
world
that's why.
knows. Yeah.
I mean, maybe a shorter rushing distance kind of has him on edge, kind of like, I'm better to be an aggressor than I am the defender, but I don't think he wants to fall into that defender's category. So he's okay. So he saw the fast forge, and he's opting to make his 3rd hatchery before his pull. It looks like. I don't know where he's going with it. Oh, he's taking the side base over here. Okay. Make sure he gets that 3rd gas.
So that particular base is very hard to attack. I really dislike bases where you have a ramp, because you can put 2 Sunkens and 1 Lurker, and I feel like I can never get up there. So, oh, look at that!
Well,
Sneaky,
Dewalt is
sneaky.
showing you a solution to that problem.
Oh,
But you don't play Protoss, unfortunately, Pato.
Yeah,
This is
I will-
why.
This is why I don't want to fall in disgrace of doing this kind of things. So, how many? What's the HP of the hatchery? Because maybe he started just at the same time that he knows that it's gonna finish, so he can't cancel it because he's very smart, even though he's Protoss.
He's gonna nail it here. Perfect timing.
Perfect
This hatch
timing. Yep.
pops. Both
And
cannons
it
finish.
dies.
wow. So
Yeah.
typically, I'm gonna go ahead and tell everybody. This is usually where your Zerg players will just GG.
Why didn't Dragon cancel the hatchery?
He didn't see it in time.
know.
Oh, he didn't see that pylon, you're saying?
No,
Nope.
when you're actually making your hatchery, your vision's very small.
I should have checked. I apologize. I'm the observer.
No, you're alright. But your vision's very, very small. You can't even hardly see. It's kind of like when you make a nexus. You can't hardly take your workers and click on your mineral patch and it actually drag how it's supposed to, because you don't have that vision behind there until it's finished.
I think it's needless to say that Dewalt is in a very good position here.
Needless to say.
It's like he's going to go for just a 2-hatch style here. He's got his gas on the way. His layer is finished now. I think we're gonna see a Mutalist play out of him. He's got to do something desperately here. Catch this probe. Speed finishes. Is that a Spire? Yes, it is. We're gonna see two hatch muta here. No second gas just yet. A little bit surprised about that. And also surprisingly, Dragon gonna take this space here. This is a mineral only base. Oh, there's not going to be too many mutas popping out of here with just 1 gas. I think we're going to see 4 or maybe 5 mutas pop out.
Well, this is kind of Fallinish. I don't know.
I mean, it is doable. You can just build mutas and try to harass your opponent and get your 3rd base up, but...
You have +1 plus cannon. He won't win with mutas. He's in a very bad spot if he tries to mute up.
Oh, he's definitely going to muta up here. He's got to get something done, I think. Unless it's just going to be... Oh my god, okay, he's just going to go for some Scourge. I'm completely wrong here. See, you can see that Dewalt was expecting that, though. Double cannon in the main. He wasn't expecting Dragon to just drop back here and build another... You know, just try to go to a normal game with the 3rd base so late.
You really can't. So, I don't know. I'm not terribly hopeful for Dragon this game.
It's a lot of cannons. You can see Dewalt made so many cannons here.
He's okay, though. Like, Dragon's drone count is not where it needs to be. He's just now getting his 3rd base up. Dewalt has got his tech rolling. He's got his upgrades going. Speed's on the way.
Look at how late these gateways are, though. I feel like
They are a little late.
Over defense over defense here from the Dewalt a little bit. I'm just gonna slow down his attack and maybe give Dragon a chance here. It's not looking good, but I think that this attack, when it comes out, it's gonna be pretty darn late from Dewalt here. See what he can do. Nice pickoffs there on the Scourge.
Yeah, how many Corsairs does he have now? Is that
But I
5?
have at least
4?
oh, only 4 Scourge, or only 4 Corsairs there. I thought there was more.
Yeah, he's gonna go hunting a little bit, cause some problems.
More cannons coming up here. Look at the number of cannons that have been made by Dewalt so far. He has insane numbers here. I feel like if Dragon just falls back and takes another base, he's not going to do that, but the number of cannons that have been produced, my god.
I don't know why he's trying to bust this.
That is so many cannons.
Maybe pick the gateway off or something, but
Yeah, that gateway's going to go down for sure.
that's okay.
There are like 7
Late
cannons
storm.
here.
Very late storm. Dewalt might actually have been a little trouble here. I think he'll be okay. I think if he just holds off the attack.
He will. How can he get
yeah.
back through that?
Yeah, if he just holds off the attack, he's gonna be fine once he gets the storms rolling and stuff like that. Dragon has done a very good job recovering, I feel, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough yet. Alright, trying to take the side base back.
Revenge here for Dragon. Oh no! 2 Overlords got up here in the top right hand corner. Both going to be picked off by Dewalt. Done a great job finding Overlords on the map so far. The Discord stream is getting pretty grainy here.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Dewalt pushing out. Got a lot of storms dropping. Corsairs picking off Overlords. And ultimately, Dragon's going to hold this fight.
Yep.
A lot
No
of lurkers
observer.
coming. No
Oh
observer.
my
my
goodness.
goodness. What is going on in this game? And he has got a pretty solid contain here. Looks like Dewalt's going to try to run some zealots around, get some scouting off the map. Pull
Oh
some
my.
support off of these lurkers.
The robotics facility just gets dropped now. Dewalt in terrible, terrible situation here.
I didn't see this happening.
He really over-defended there. Really over-defended. I think he, after killing off that 3rd base, he just assumed that Dragon would try to pull off some sort of, counter-attack, try to do Muta or, a big Hydra bust or something.
Yeah.
He got all of his cannons up. He really defended well in the main and the natural here, but damn, these cannons really didn't do much here for him, and now he's gonna have to kill them off just to make way for his Dragoons to come out. And meanwhile, Dragon's gonna be taking the map, man. He's gonna add some more bases, I think. I'd like to see him just take the bottom right-hand corner main and spread out all over the map, because it's gonna be a heck of a battle just to get out of here. Oh, the big storm though, Dragon. Terrible position there on those Hydras, just right in front of the base, right for the taking there. Dewalt going to send a drop around the outside of the map, go for the main base. A great choice here from him. When you're contained by Lurker Hydra, there's always that opportunity to go around and just hit the main. See how much damage this can get done here. I think there's maybe DT or a bunch of Zealots in there. Gonna run forward here, try to snipe some Templar. I think he might have picked one off there, but gets a big storm in the face. Has to back off. It's gonna be tough for Dewalt to get out of here. He's got such a tight entrance. Ooh, loses the first observer. Brutal stuff there for Dewalt.
This is what I hate most of all. I hate trying to bust out against a lurker contain like this.
Well, he's doing
So
the smart thing here. Sending some DTs in to kill a bunch of drones. This is going to get huge damage here from Dragon. He's focusing on the front of the base. Let's see when his vision actually comes back here. Oh my god, all the drones going down. He finally does pay attention to this location, but he has lost every single drone here. The Corsairs are going to come in and take out a bunch of these Overlords as well, looks like. But both of the DTs have finished, have died.
No, blunder.
Oh, trying to come out here.
Not paying
Dewalt
attention.
paying attention to his harassment doesn't do any good for him here in the natural. He loses a bunch of Templar and Dragoons, and his push out, the chances of him actually breaking this now are getting lower and lower. Big storms here. Oh my god, massacre on these Hydras, but there's just so much here. He's fighting right into the front of the base. I think he's actually helping Dewalt a little bit by killing off some of those cannons. It's actually giving him some more space to maneuver inside his base. Get the Dragoons out here. But that just massive coverage here from Dragon. He's got a ton of units. He's got to keep something back at home, though. Make sure that he doesn't get counterattacked here again. Otherwise, he could be in trouble. 144 supply to 114. I think that Dewalt's going to have about 1 or 2 more chances here to break out before his natural actually mines out. He will have to leave this game. So he's sending another dropship around the outside of the map. He's going to try to not get this picked off. Oh, loses the shields, but manages to keep that dropship alive. Unfortunately, though, I don't think he's going to be able to make it in the main. Dragon is on the move. He picks it off. No more counterattacks for you. One more breakout attempt here. All of the Dragoons die so quickly. The Templars are being sniped. Dragon backs off. And I think this game is all but over here, guys.
Would Reavers help?
He's a Reaver.
Would it help? Or how do you, like, break out of this?
Yeah and no. I mean, the thing
big
is...
investment.
Big investment, and it could not benefit as much yield as a High Templar. Reavers are better for defensive purposes than for trying to break out.
I see.
Compared to Storm. I mean, look at the range on that Storm. You know.
He's going to try it once more, but I think this is a doomed attack. So many lurkers rushing forward here.
Run around, I think. But I don't think
no, there's no running around at this point. There's just fight or die. He's about to mine out here. He leaves the game. Dragon victorious here.
Wow. Even with that type of lead in the beginning, Dragon managed to pull that out. I did not anticipate that after how game 1 progressed. The entire game, he had him on his back foot, and Dragon just dominated, man. After losing that third base like that, usually your Zergs don't fare too well.
No, it's usually a pretty straightforward game for Protoss, but that was a great example of the dangers of over defense when you're playing in PvZ. Adding on all those extra cannons there can slow down your gateways by so much. You just don't have the forces necessary to break that early containment. Just got up there with the Hydras. He built the lurkers, and also really shirking on the observer production here in these games. He was so late on the observers in the first game. He's late again here. I mean, you can't be building your robotics facility as the lurkers are going down in your natural. It's just never going to work out well for you. So a great game there by Dragon. Some changes need to be made from Dewalt here. But I think, you know, he proved in the first game he can definitely go toe-to-toe with Dragon as long as, you know, he just builds up that early army, man. Gets out on the map. Anyway, going into the next game here. Alright, I guess I'll introduce the players here. Dewalt versus Dragon. It's going to be game number 3. We've got Dewalt up here in the top right-hand corner. He is the white Protoss on Eclipse. Down in the bottom left-hand corner, Dragon is the puke colored. I don't even know what this color is. Is this puke?
I think light brown.
Light brown, alright.
Vomit.
Vomit
Yeah.
colored.
That's what I'm
Zerg
saying.
player.
No, I think they call it olive.
Olive.
Yeah.
Is that the
I think
actual
it's-
color code name?
I think it's olive. There's olive and then there's something else.
When you become a father, you get to learn another types of colors.
No, I played some 2 vs 2s last night, and I had a random ally, and he picked olive, and he picked the other one, and I'm like, well, you know this guy can't be that good if he's picking these colors. I mean, that's a dead
Oh,
giveaway,
really?
right? who picks that color? Would you pick that color?
Well, I rather pick colors that you cannot spot on the minimap.
Oh, so you're just.
He's an
You're just a
honorable
douche.
Terran.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I had to take advantage.
Vultures fly across Ash World map or space map. You'll never know it.
Hey Arrow, yes, Dragon played Protoss, but he plays CVP. He doesn't play PvP as much. Answering to your question. So
Dewalt thinking about doing maybe another.
a pilot?
No, he's got a gateway
gateway.
there, but he might put the
Yeah.
pylon just to freak his opponent out. Maybe force him to pull some drones.
Or a battery.
Battery.
Unlikely, but
I like the Oya strat where he put like a third pylon or a second pylon in the third. I think it's kind of
yeah, I
cute.
think that would have been better. Right here, block that third base from coming up, rather than actually canning it. Just don't let it be built at all. Force him to build it elsewhere.
Goodbye, Dragon. He's saving some larva here. He's got an idea of what's coming. He sees the Zealot now, crossing paths with the Overlords, and he will be able to produce 6 lings the moment that this spawning pool finishes. He's gonna have some lings in response, but for now, Zealot plus probe. 2 shots from the Zealot, 2 shots from the probe will kill a drone. See how many kills he can get here, if he can get any. Focusing on some of these drones here. 1 drone does go down. And the Zealot will have to pull back now. Good positioning there from Dewalt. Making a good trade there with the Zealots between the minerals and spawning pool. He will surround and kill this. But 1 drone, not bad for that first Zealot.
Force a lot of Zerglings out on this.
Dewalt just going to fall back in a nice tight wall here and build his first cannon behind the wall there next to the Nexus. See what Dragon decides to do here. Is he going to go for a 973 or will he opt for a nice long game? So far, he really seems to favor that.
973. Here comes the den.
There it is. A little bit surprised about this actually. I thought that he was more of a macro-oriented player. All the games so far have been very macro-oriented, but it looks like he might be taking a risk here. Gonna go for the 973. He's got a lot of lings to deny this scout, so might be playing into the math here for Dragon, deciding that he can get away with this.
Speed, though. So that might be a little bit of a giveaway here. When you don't have link speed, typically you're not going to be looking at any kind of Spire build or anything like that. You're going for the 973, and that's exactly what Dewalt thinks too. That's why he's pushing out now.
Come across the map here with the Zealots. Split maybe a couple of them off to the third base. A couple going towards the natural. Let's find out how these Zealots are going to fare here. And will he be able to spot the Hydralisk before they come out? Oh, damn. Wow. The probe gets in the main.
Wow.
Big moves there from Dewalt, and he spots the Hydras. He knows what's coming now, and he's going for the third base. This is going to delay the attack here from Dragon by quite a lot. Oh, losing a drone already. Not a good sign there for
Look at that. He's sending 2 Zealots back home. He knows they're going to be dead. And he's just going to use them to defend. Throw down some more cannons. He's got 3 cannons going down right now. I love his technique, man. I love it.
Just playing a very solid game here.
If you're a Protoss player and you want to learn how to better play Protoss, you need to get Dewalt replays. I mean, you will get better.
No. One of the first Hydras goes down here for Dragon. He needs that for the DPS on these buildings here. He's going to try and take down this Forge. We've been seeing a lot of Korean pros recently. When they see this 973 coming, they just immediately throw down a Forge inside their main and try to get the upgrade there, because this is the plan from Dragon. Just go for the gateway and the Forge here. He's going to have Hydralisk range here very shortly, and he's going to try and kill that Forge. He probably will get it as well before the upgrade comes through. Halfway done. Yeah, he's gonna get this. The upgrade finishes, and the upgrade for, the Hydras finishes, and this upgrade for the +1 attack of the Protoss player is not going to finish here. So he will get a consolation prize Overlord in the natural base. More Hydralisk, or more hatcheries coming up here. Hydralisk production has been halted. Many drones coming up here, and we're going to see 6 hatch out of Dragon as a follow-up to this.
I'm taking his second gas. He's probably going to get one attack on his Hydras. We just hard macro Hydras for a while. And see, here's another thing that I'd like to point out real quick. If you see that your opponent, Protoss, has dropped that many cannons, probably not going to be cost efficient for you to keep pumping Hydras and try to break a bunch of cannons. So your thing is to just switch back to economy, get your bases going, get your economy going. You stopped his +1 attack, which is huge, and you can just macro up. Lurker Tech is starting though, so he is getting the Lurker Tech out early.
So it's pushing forward here. They do have speed. No +1, but they're still very dangerous to chase down these Hydras, and he needs to get back all the way across the map. Dragon does, and get behind his walls, get inside a good position here.
I like how Dewalt opted to push the Zealots out and then pick off these Overlords at the front of his base. He might be looking at trying to get a DT out and scour the map eventually.
No Hydras here in the third base. This is a problem for Dragon here. Dewalt can actually go on top of this ramp and fight. Oh, there's a lot of action going on in both areas of the map here, and I think he's going to lose some drones. Dewalt pushing in here. He's going after the drones. Yeah, a lot of drones are going to fall here, both in the main and the natural. The third base is held, but a lot going wrong here for Dragon. Finally will clean up there, but as the dust settles, Dewalt taking a third base. And the Dragon's still struggling with these last couple of Zealots there. Finally will go down.
Look at this. Just keeping him on his toes.
I hope the Dragon is going to come out here and counterattack pretty soon because
he has to.
We've seen some pretty, laid back play out of
that building
Dragon recently. He's just hanging back, not really attacking his opponent, but he cleaned up that attack. He's got his drones up. He just needs to deny this third base if possible. There's already Templars on that high ground. That's going to be rough trying to get up that. He's got lurkers out here, but this time, actually, Dewalt not slacking on the observer production at all. He's got observers out already.
I saw that.
That's good to see.
Yeah. And he's got a lot going on. He's about to have 1-1 finish. He's getting plus 50 energy on his high Templars. He's getting Dragoon range now. He's making a DT to scour the map, try to prevent another expansion from happening. A lot of things going on. He got his observer up. And now, see, here's the problem. Dragon's a little late on this. Dragon's Overlord speed isn't done. And he's going to be able to push these off. Yep. These DTs are just going to sit on these lurkers. Look at that.
This is so painful for Dragon, losing those lurkers to the singular DT here. That is rough stuff. Does he have an Overlord now? No, Overlord's speed still not finished yet?
No.
Oh, that's so painful.
Yeah, he already set his rally up here too. He thought he had to contain. And Dewalt's 1-1 is finished now too, so he's not opting up
all the way back across the map. Yeah, he's gonna have to reset all the rallies from those hatcheries. 6 hatch, Hydra, and Lurker. A lot of production here, but if it's headed in the wrong direction, that's gonna be a problem. Adding on more cannons here. Dewalt making himself secure on these 3 bases. It's really all you need as a Protoss player at this point. Just get those 3 bases up, you can produce a giant army, get up to 200, add on those Dragoons, and you will have a very, very strong push coming across the map to deny that 4th base out of Dragon.
Dragon's not really sitting on much of a force right now compared to Dewalt. Dewalt's, he's pretty fat. And in a good way.
Queen's Nest coming up now. There's going to be a Hive Tech, but the Hive Tech will come quite a bit later than this attack. It's not going to be in time for this attack. He will have to deal with this just pure Hydra and Lurker. He hasn't actually seen this army yet. There, he's just going to see it now. It's right in his face. He's going to burrow all of his Lurkers where they're standing, but I think there's going to be big storms coming out here. Ooh, big storm on a lot of those Hydras. Second storm gonna get on all of these Lurkers, and there's just not much left here. Dragon's gonna come from behind and try to fight this army, but big storm on that. Huge storm on the Lurkers there as they clump up and burrow in place. Massive, massive win here for Dewalt. He rips that apart. I don't think Dragon saw it coming either. He saw that army approaching the natural just as it had already arrived. My God, that was unfortunate there for Dragon. He's losing a bunch of Hydras here in the front as well. And
I did not think Dewalt could pull that. I didn't think he could hold off the back attack coming in. Those storms, man.
GG. Dragon taps out. Yikes. Bit of misscouting there for Dragon. I mean, he could have potentially held that attack had he actually known it was on the way, but unfortunately for him, Dewalt just walked all the way across the map with his force, and it wasn't spotted until he reached right inside the main, or right inside the natural there. Yikes. All right, good solid win there for Dewalt, making some good adjustments here, I feel. Adding on those early observers.
Great cast, guys. Thanks for joining. Everyone tuning in, thanks for sticking around. I know BSL was long and awesome today. Appreciate your eyes and ears. Any shortcomings are my own as the observer. If you can, please sub and donate. All the money's going to the prize pool, and players win money by winning single games. So everybody gets paid. BBT days are paydays. Let's get into game 4. Dominio Azul, which means blue demon in Spanish. Cool devil in the center of the map. 3-player map. Game 4. Let's get into it.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you're waiting for me to introduce, aren't you? All right. Down
No,
here in the
I've
bottom
been
right-hand
responding to the chat. My fault, everybody.
You
Well,
know,
he's had it-
silence
he's
is
had it all
good.
day.
It's all good. Silent
All right.
movements are alright.
side. I was just making some tea here.
We're
I had to
enjoying
wake
the
up pretty
StarCraft
early this
music.
morning.
Yeah. Hey, StarCraft music never gets old. So here in the bottom left, we've got our Protoss player playing Zerg today. Our brown Zerg Dragon Nos. And in the bottom right, if Ox would quit changing colors, is the teal Protoss IRK Dewalt. Looks like he's opting for a gateway opening again, and I think... Let's see, is Dragon just gonna go to 12 hatch again? Yeah, it looks like it.
Oop, there it is.
Whoop, there it is. You would think that on these 3-player maps where he's open the same way each time, he would opt to put a pull down first instead of try to stave off any kind of early zealot pressure. Which he's done all right, I guess. I mean, he's not held poorly on that first zealot attack or anything. So
All right, guys, I am fully caffeinated now. Maximum caffeination. Caffeination? What?
How is the coffee in Japan, by the way?
It's great, man. Actually, you can buy pretty good coffee almost anywhere. Do you guys know Boss Coffee?
I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, that's like a big name coffee, isn't it?
Yeah, it's represented by a very famous American actor as well. It's just kind of funny. You see him everywhere, but everyone here in Japan just knows him as the boss guy. But I think he was in some really famous American movies. What was? Let's try to think here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give us a name or something, man. Go Google it real quick.
I'm gonna Google it.
Here comes a zealot inside Zerg's base. See if we can get any damage done here. Lings are still making. A couple's about to pop. We got the second zealot coming in.
There it is. Tommy Lee Jones.
Pop, pop.
Oh, pop! One drone pop. Good surround on that zealot though. Ugh. Taking a lot of necessary hits.
This game is brought to you by Boss Coffee. Tommy Lee Jones.
No, we're not giving anybody any kind of screen time unless they pay us.
No, we'll send them an invoice. We'll send them an invoice for $10,000.
Yeah.
He seems like a fan of StarCraft, right? I bet he'd be a great caster, Tommy Lee.
Now let's see if we can get another drone here.
Oh, he's gonna go for the low health one. Nice pull there by Dragon.
Now see, he's still got the Zealot in the bottom left, just hiding out. Waiting to draw those lings, but now Dragon is aware of this, so he's kind of scouting the map a little bit to try to find that Zealot. He doesn't see it just yet. Nah, he's gonna find it here in just a second. Probably. Yeah. There he goes.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Dewalt's like, oh crap. Ah. Meanwhile, Ford's just now going down for Dewalt. Cybercore started right at the same time as Dragon's Lair is. 3 more Zealots coming across the map. I don't think he's added any additional lings, so let's see how much damage this can do. If he catches some lings off guard here, picks a couple off, yeah, and he's going in. He's definitely going to slow down mining time. Oh,
got it.
got one drone.
It got
Forcing
hit
a
by
lot of
3 Zealots,
Zerglings.
but at the same time, ouch.
Yep, forcing a lot of Zerglings to be made right now. And that's exactly what Dewalt wants. He doesn't necessarily have to kill a lot of drones here. And he's gotten 4 drones total so far out of these 3 Zealots.
Oh no, he's
5.
going down.
Okay, so that was 110% worth it. Got this
Surprise!
other Zealot here. Oh,
So this is why people hate Zealots, huh? Like Zerg and Terran
honestly,
players.
this early rush Zealot is so stupid. So stupid.
If you want to get some quick wins, it's a great way to do it. Very, very difficult to deal with the Zealots, especially if they're microed well. Doesn't take a high ADM either to just send
Oh
Zealots
no,
across
and
the
he
map.
didn't block off properly.
He didn't block. Natural. Link's gonna jump on this cannon and get
He's
into
in
the
trouble.
main. There's a big problem here for Dewalt. He will with a cannon here. Gonna lose quite a few probes though. Speed is finished. Oh my goodness. Some big damage going down here in the main. How many probes can he pick off? Surround this Zealot as well. Oh, that's huge. Gets the Zealot. Going after the Citadel there. If he gets that, that's going to delay the Templar tech for a long time.
Oh, the Zealot speed as well. I mean,
Oh,
that's a
Zealot
huge
getting a lot of
fight.
damage though. 3 drones go down to that single Zealot.
The Zealot is attacking the Stargate. No, both of them are.
Oh really?
You're
Oh
helping
my god.
Dewalt.
He's...
Dewalt.
Dewalt. Oh, he finally
No.
notices. Painful stuff there for Dewalt. This is, aside from Zealots just walking into your bases, this is probably the next most annoying thing in the game is just lings in your base as the Protoss player. So frustrating to deal with.
Oh, he almost had the Stargate too.
Well, Dewalt helped out a lot. He's got to reblock here. I mean, his entrance is still open, so you could just essentially see another Ling attack come in. But now he won't be able to get to the main, but he could have done a lot of damage there to that expansion. Ooh, Corsair. Looks
we
like it might get away. Yeah, it's gonna get away. Oh. Spoke too soon.
Nice.
That was smooth.
Alright, so Dewalt's still way ahead in the worker count, but now the Citadel going down, man.
Templars are a long way away, yes. And heavily delayed. That's also going to delay the +2 as well, right? Can't get +2 without Templar. Am I right on that?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would just opt for +1 armor right now, and then just build the second forge.
So it's going to walk in here to the third base, dive on this sunken colony. Uh-oh, sunken going to be taken out. Some drones are going to go down here, almost certainly. Lings are coming up for the defense, but there's a lot of locations here where you can tuck those zealots behind the minerals. Yeah, he's going to just tuck it right back in there. That's a rough spot to try to attack into.
So good at doing that.
Oh no, 3 Corsairs here, 4 Corsairs, and 4 Overlords.
Wow.
Uh-oh, Dragon taking some bad damage here. Getting slowed down so much. The run by that he managed to get into the main base of Dewalt, I think it's been kind of evened out here based on the amount of damage he's taken.
Yeah, well, plus he was able to counter during that attack and pick off a few drones as well, so.
Yes, every drone that gets picked off is much more important than any of these probes that get picked off. It's like, let's say, 2 or 3 times more important. Every single drone stays alive here.
Look at this. He's lost all of his mining from these 2 bases up here. He doesn't have anything going on.
Finally managing to pick off that last zealot. But Dewalt's already ready for the next attack here.
And here comes Zealots with speed. DT being made, a High Templar being made. He's got +1 armor, about 3/4 of the way done. So he did opt to just go ahead and go for the armor instead of waiting for that +2 attack, which I think is a great idea. Oh, here comes a lot of Scourge. The Sayers are not stacked.
Here by Dragon.
Losing a lot of drones though.
He is losing a lot of drones, but he's hanging on here. Staying alive, that's the main thing. He's got 2 sunken colonies that can attack here.
Look at that, he lost all of the drones there. Gosh.
41 drones left over for Dragon. That's still a decent economy, but he's been hurt here. He's been hurt real bad. He's gonna have to renew that drone count before he can really get into Hydra production full force. He's really relying on these sunken colonies, but this area here not nearly as well placed as in the natural. These sunkens can be dived on pretty quickly if Dewalt chooses to do so. Nice pulls there by Dragon. He's ready to counter with the drones if need be. Triple sunken in both locations here, and as the game goes on, this is better and better for Dragon. He's already got the 4th base up. He's got a lot of defenses. And no 3rd base on the way for Dewalt yet. He's got to look for some damage here.
He's doing a great job with these Corsairs, but I kind of feel like you are. He's not opted for the 3rd base yet. He's turtling up hard, but now there's not enough of a wall here to hold this Zealot force off. This could be really bad. If this storm, oh, he should have. I feel like he should have stormed the drones right there. What do you think?
I don't know if he's got a storm here. Did he even use a storm?
He used a storm, yeah. He used it for the Hydras coming up the backside, which ended up working in his favor. Oh my gosh.
Oh, drone
what am I
here.
doing trying to tell Dewalt what he should have done? He knew.
GG.
GG.
Dewalt
God.
takes the game.
I didn't see that happening. I figured he should have stormed the drones just to get that extra damage done while he opted for the 3rd base, but he was just going for the neck, man.
I guess the flanking Hydras clumped up pretty badly there. We missed it off screen, but how many Hydras did he have on the flank there?
Well, you saw those zealots. They only needed to do a couple of hits for each Hydra.
I see.
So he did a substantial amount of damage, but I don't think he actually got any kills with the High Templar. But it was enough to like two-shot every single Hydra.
He needed to get that damage done, and he did manage to get it. He had no third base to fall back on, so that was a do or die situation kind of for Dewalt there. Eventually, Dragon was going to get those drones up, and he was going to get in the 4 base production. So a nice takedown there by Dewalt. We're going to get into the last game now. This new map. What's it called?
We're still
Can't
trying to
remember.
pronounce it correctly after...
Is Ire?
How many months is it? Because we feature this in like non-BBT events.
Yeah.
It's pronounced, I think, Des Ire. And if you look closely, the character A, you can't type it normally on a keyboard, so Freakling trying to get super sophisticated on us with a fancy Latin word. We call it the spore map. It has spores on it.
I want to say there's an anime or something like that called Des Ire. I saw something somewhere, and I was like, oh, he totally stole that name from that. Okay. Calling you out, Freakling. No, I saw a couple other maps.
If you
made by
Google it,
Freakling.
it means the Day of Wrath in Latin. Ashworld Tileset, I believe, is the Swarm's homeworld, and Freakling is a Zerg enthusiast. So I don't know. Maybe he made it as a homage to Zergs. Let's see if it does anything for Dragon.
A 2017 anime series based on Light's visual novel with the same name. Looks interesting. I might have to look that up. I like anime sometimes. Banana TQ in the house.
What's up, hon? I came back after so many years and I saw Banana TQ on his tag. And I was like, wow, that's cool, man. Next thing we did, reactivate the clan, create a Discord, start a show match series, and here we are. Maybe Banana is the one to credit for it all.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I'm glad I ran into you guys and actually hopped on board with some of this. Ran into a lot of good 2v2 players, and that's my style of game anyway, so.
We're all a
met
family
up.
here. Team ThinkWick refers to everybody who follows us, participates in show matches, casts, whatnot. Here we go, game 5 on D's
Oh,
E-Ray.
what?
Oh
What?
my god. Did you just cancel a drone there?
Yeah. Now, we're
We're
going for a 4-pool. He's like, to hell with this.
Last game of the series, 4-pool here. I think maybe that cancel was an accident, and he just now is gonna just decides to 4-pool after that.
Come on, guys, you can't be doing this on $13 games here. Give us our
Yeah, you
money's
can.
worth.
Hey, man.
What is
I mean,
this 4-pool
shit, I would.
shit?
Hey, you know what? Did he kind of make that pylon a little further back than what he should?
The issue is it's a 4-player map. Like, the chances of you finding your opponent are...
If his overlord doesn't scout it, he'll send one ling one way, and he'll send his other 5 the other.
I don't know how effective 4-pool is now. Does anybody in chat know? Like, it doesn't seem very
It's going to be
powerful.
very effective because Dewalt has opened up Gateway every game. And I don't think that if... See, I don't know. I like 5-pool better. I really do. I like 5-pool better. It's a better economy.
Man, that's a pretty early gateway.
Yeah, see, here he goes scouting with this one drone.
I'm putting my money on Dewalt here.
Like, I feel like your economy can't handle a drone scout. He's gonna
It
get it,
can.
though.
Because you're just making
don't
one
know.
egg at a time for Zerglings.
DeWalt's already got
Fine.
12 probes,
Opponent.
guys. He's
They'll
built an advanced
away.
civilization already. Zerg has 3 drones in the spawning pool.
Oh god, the Zealot is gonna be out here. Zealot versus all of these probes. I think that Dewalt just wins this.
No,
He
he's
gets
gonna
the
get a
micro,
surround on the Zealot. He's gonna get a surround on the Zealot. No, he
No,
didn't
he's
surround the
not.
Zealot.
Oh,
Look at that
perfect
probe
play
control.
here.
Oh
from
my gosh.
Dewalt. Nails it.
Oh, that's it.
I don't think you need to control probes to handle this. I mean,
Oh no, you definitely do.
he's
gets
got so
surrounded
many
there on the bullet.
probes.
He does now. Shield batteries made. I think we're gonna see GG.
Yes.
Yeah.
GG.
GG. All right.
Dewalt.
I agree with Saiyan. Like, he played so well when he was macroing up on Polypoid and Neosulfid.
Yeah, he really didn't need to play super aggressive here in this series. I think he needed some aggression, but it seemed like his style was really more of a macro style. And he tried to mix it up because Dewalt was so strong, but if he stuck with his style, I think he would have had a better chance here.
Alright, so 4-1 for DeWalt. Quick shout out about our event on Tuesday, DeWalt vs. Dandy. 9-hole games. Prize pool is over $400. There'll be a teaser match, Terror vs. Kala. Trovo.live is where we'll be broadcasting this. Please tune in. They're interested in sponsoring us and Brood War events. If you're stuck for cash and you can't support your favorite players, if you love Brood War content and you've been consuming it for free and you have some sort of conscience, you could support by just watching live. If we get enough viewer numbers, they will continue to sponsor future events, both show matches and long-term ones. We actually tried to get Bisu and Flash for a show match. We were unable to do it, and then we figured, let's support foreigners and throw in 2 famous Latin Americans, maybe attract some Peru and Latin American fans. Get the ball rolling. Tuesday, March 16th, 8:30 p.m. Eastern on trovo.live/teamthinkquicktv. If you can, please make an account and follow us there. I look forward to that wonderful show match.
Definitely get on that, guys. It's not every day that we get a chance to get a sponsor in Brood War.
I know, right?
And not many companies are willing to take a chance on such an old game, so they maybe see the value here, and hopefully we can convince them to stay around and continue to support Brood War. So that's a big opportunity. Definitely get on that.
Thanks, it.
Don't forget.
Hopefully you'll cast and we'll get different community casters around for it. If the ball really gets rolling and they're able to seed money, we could maybe take out a little bit and compensate casters as well, because the players are being taken care of through the prize pool. Those casters who
Hear that,
wish to
boys?
be compensated a little bit. Not me, obviously. But yeah, it's a good opportunity that could support not just players, I think, and not just foreigners, but Koreans, but casters, graphic designers.
Get out there, guys. Tell your friends. Spread the word. Get on Reddit. Get on Team Liquid. Get the word out there, man.
Yeah, get some pro gamer matches, and how about Larva versus Dandy? Or, DeWalt versus Queen. We can set up some really fun events while supporting people. All right, so we have one more match coming up. Dandy versus Voddy.
All right, a little bit of a preview for Dandy's match there on Tuesday. What is the matchup here? It's TVT?
Yeah, that's right. How do you feel about TVTs?
I was a Terran player actually for a long time. I switched over to Zerg this year, I guess, just as a way to get more familiar with the race. So I've never really played it in Brood War until this past year, so I wanted to expand my horizons a little bit, understand the game a bit better. So I started learning Zerg, but my main was Terran for a long time, and TVT is a fun matchup, man. I do enjoy
You like it? Me too.
It's just it can be a little boring for some people who haven't played Terran, so I understand why. I felt the same way about Zerg for a long time. Zerg versus Zerg, I was like, oh, this is so boring, I don't really understand what's going on. But once I started playing the race, it made a lot more sense to me. I think the same can be said about Terran versus Terran.
Like some
There's
of
a lot of
the
nuance.
TVTs could be stagnant, and some of them could be really fun and a lot of action going on.
You hear Artosis complain about that all the time on his stream. And when the players just siege and don't leave the game, it's really, really hard to end games in Terran versus Terran. But there can be those great games where you've got lots of movement. You know, you're sending your tanks in all different directions, trying to break your opponent with drop ships and all kinds of different things. It doesn't always have to go to battle cruisers, but often it will get there, and that's always a lot of fun as well. Battle cruiser on battle cruiser. What is this clip?
Alright, let's get that Spanish caster back in here. He's gonna introduce the players in sexy Espanol.
Spanish. Does someone unlock the future?
Did you want to join the replays, Pato?
Okay.
Ready to take off my clothes?
Hmm.
Or maybe they're already off, my friend.
There are some things that people just don't want to know.
At least I don't have a camera on, okay? But use your imagination.
Okay then.
Get into this game, TVT.
I had to guess in Spanish or just introduce them in Spanish.
Unless somebody unlocks that channel reward, Pato Spanish
Just
cast for 5 minutes.
Okay then, I'm ready.
I don't know,
Whenever
do we
you
have
are.
Latin American viewers?
Ah, somebody redeemed it. Look at that.
Lol.
SC Spider.
No, he's a mod. He can do that.
Ah, okay.
No, I think he spent his channel points on that, Pato.
He's a mod, right? Or he can? He can?
You'd still have to spend your points on it, though. I don't think mods can just redeem whatever rewards they want. Are we doing the Spanish casting? It'd be our first one. So we'd have Saiyan and WhyUSuk casting in English, and then Pato like randomly casting in Spanish.
So I'm guessing they won't understand what I say, but we can try.
Well, that's the fun part about it.
Okay.
Let's go, game 1, Polypoid. Dandy versus Voddy.
Bueno, buenas noches. En el extremo superior derecho tenemos al Terran azul, al peruano Soul T Dandy. Y en la esquina superior izquierda tenemos al Terran de Suecia, a Hierarchy Voddy.
You come to life when you speak Spanish, my friend.
Sí, we are an African people. Oh, sorry, I had to answer in Spanish.
Yeah, everything has to be Spanish for you. 5 minutes.
It's going to be hard. Ok. Bueno, tenemos un match muy interesante entre estas dos personas, entre estos dos jugadores. Uno de Perú, otro de Suecia. Dandy, internacionalmente conocido, salió tercero, si no me equivoco, en la última BCL. Así que es un Terran, digamos el Terran hasta te diría más popular de Latinoamérica, junto a Terror. Y por el otro lado tenemos a Voddy, que es un jugador europeo altamente conocido, con grandes destrezas de un MMR de 2300, 2400, en el cual se dice que su mejor match es Terran contra Terran. Así que la verdad que las opiniones están divididas. Vamos a ver qué pasa, con qué arrancan por ahora. Por lo que se ve, los dos van a abrir barraca primero. No va a haber 15 no va a haber 12 o 13 command center. Vamos a ver si alguno de los dos opta por ir gas.
You don't have to cast like continuously for 5 minutes. That was my idea. I don't want to burden anybody, but just take breaks as you like, or cast 5 minutes non-stop in Spanish. This is fun, right, guys?
You can interact, please.
The Spanish language is beautiful. Love it.
Oh, thank you. Gracias.
If you speak Japanese, we can add a Japanese cast for you, Saiyan.
I can speak a little.
Bueno, entonces vamos a ver un 15 Command Center por parte de Dandy, que no hizo el gas. Mientras que Voddy abrió gas y puede ir a una factory. Y lo scouteó, lo cual es muy peligroso para Dandy. Esta partida puede terminar bastante rápido. Vemos que Voddy decide no sacarle el gas a Dandy, lo cual es llamativo en cierta manera. Dandy hace un segundo supply, hace su Command Center tarde, no en 15, sino en 16. Y lo deja sacar su propio gas. Esto es muy... En una partida estándar es bastante frecuente en el cual el Terran rojo saque doble factory y lo vaya a pushear. Así que vamos a ver qué decide hacer Voddy, si hacer doble factory o hacer una factory starport. Por ahora Dandy, la única oportunidad, la única, digamos, opción que tiene para resistir cualquier tipo de rush va a ser hacer un búnker, a veces hacer dos búnker, hacer factory y hacer doble starport, aprovechando la economía. El problema va a ser los timings, si realmente va a poder hacer el suficiente tiempo para poder contener ese push. Pero bueno, ahora dentro de poco lo averiguaremos.
The burden here is really on Voddy to try and deal some damage to his opponent. Let's see if he decides to add on a starport or what he wants to do to try and even the odds here. He is a bit behind in terms of the command center timing here. He needs to find a way to actually deal damage, whether that's with some wraiths coming across the map, either a drop or something else. Here comes Danny's double factory. We'll get that production up and rolling here very soon. See what happens.
Bill Order llamativo de Voddy decide ir por una expansión. No decide rushear a Dandy, lo cual me llama muchísimo la atención, porque ya económicamente va a quedar detrás de su compañero de color azul. Así que no sé lo que va a pasar ahora. La verdad es que puedo decir que Dandy está en un mejor lugar que el Terran de color rojo, pero veremos qué pasa. Por ahora, Voddy va a abrir Spider-Mines y Vultures, mientras que Dandy va a hacer lo mismo, tiene triple factory, parece ser que va a ser Vulture contra Vulture. Aunque estoy viendo una segunda Armory, puede ser drop de Goliath. Eso ya... pero si es un drop de Goliath va a quedar muy susceptible a cualquier tipo de ataque con triple factory Vulture Speed.
Somebody said, sound like a goddamn Argentino.
Yeah, well, yeah, I
Did
am,
they
actually.
call out your nationality?
Yep. Battle
Looks like
Cruiser Operational. Un saludo para Banana TQ. Entonces, por ahora lo que parece va a ser un juego con Starport, aunque todavía no lo sacó. Doble Factory, Tanque, Academy. Y me gustaría ver un Starport de parte de Voddy. Está jugando una partida muy defensiva. Aunque vemos que Dandy tiene la ventaja en cuestiones económicas. Vamos a ver si esto le va a servir. Va a pushear estos Vultures. Pero en la base vemos que Voddy tiene tanques. Por lo cual no creo que pueda ganar este intercambio. Un saludo al querido pueblo chileno. Como pueden ver, tiene una opción para canjear que casté en español por 5 minutos, que fue lo que pasó. Así que un saludo a toda Latinoamérica que está mirando y apoyando a Dandy en esta serie de Terran contra Terran.
Voddy in a bit of trouble here, going to get pushed back. Has 2 tanks out right now, but the Vultures slide by. Just barely making it into the main base. They're going to get a lot of damage here. Triple Vulture can one-shot a SCV, so he's going to get a few more kills here. Pulling back just in time. Another SCV goes down there, but I think with that, it's going to be all cleaned up here, and Voddy has the tanks now to deal with these next few Vultures. Oh, more Vultures getting into the main, or into the natural here. Triple Vulture going to lay down some mines. And a wild pulling here from a Voddy. He's got to keep his SCVs alive here. He's already at a deficit in terms of those SCVs. And the deficit is growing, 29 to 39. 10 SCVs behind at this point. That's pretty rough. That was very scary. That mine popping up there. If that had connected with the tanks or with the tanks there, it would have killed off a ton of SCVs. But he manages to snipe the mine and stay alive. Oh, coming in. Big surround here with the mines. Oh, everything gets blown up there. A couple of these tanks do survive with like 1 HP. He's going to come out here and start to repair those. That was really close to complete disaster for Voddy.
So I think that 5 minutes are up. So
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, the gentleman who unlocked the points. So here's something interesting. Even though Dandy has the upper hand economy-wise, Voddy has a very good amount of tanks. So if he managed to push into Dandy's base, then into Dandy's third, he will be in a trouble. So Dandy doesn't have any tanks or siege mode. Siege mode is being researched. So if by any chance Voddy gets established on the upper terrain, I think it will be very hard to get him off there. So
Looks like you will get into position here and siege up on the high ground. It's too bad that Dandy didn't opt to go for a starport here, because there's just no anti-air whatsoever for Voddy. Though he's going to push forward here and go for the tank. Target firing. I think the tank was just barely pulled out. There's a nice target fire from Voddy. Sniping that tank. Sniping another tank here. 2 tanks go down, and you're right. This is big trouble for Dandy here. Tanks are set up outside of the natural, and I don't know if Danny's going to be able to stop this push here. He's coming forward with the Vultures.
From Voddy or Dandy?
for Voddy.
Huge mine connection there, killing off 2 tanks. He's still got 3 tanks, so even though he made that mistake, he is still established here outside of the natural with 3 tanks. Gonna take out these Marines as well. Uh-oh. Tank on the high ground there, inside the main base. Kills off Voddy's tank here, and he doesn't know this, I think, that there's another base just down to the south of this area. Gonna come out with some SCVs. Oh, big mine connection there. Actually takes out a lot of those SCVs. He's focusing on the mines, doing a great job of cleaning up most of them, but That last two mines do connect. Those last two mines do connect, and he manages to clean up the majority of the tanks. The reinforcements arriving are going to keep Voddy in this. He needs to deal more damage. He's not rallying his vultures here. It's a little bit sad for Voddy. Pretty soon he's gonna go back for the next macro round and realize that a lot of vultures here have been left out. Yeah, he finally spots this base. He's got to get over here with some vultures and actually deal with this. Dandy at the same time, he needs to get out and hold off this attack here. He does manage to slip out with the vultures without taking any damage from those tanks. Voddy needs to move forward just a little bit to prevent the reinforcements from coming over this direction. He's leaving just a few tanks here outside the natural. I'm a little bit afraid for Voddy here. He's probably going to be broken here just on that high ground outside the natural of Dandy. Trying to deal some damage here in the third base. A lot of SCVs are going to go down, but he's managed to kill off most of the vultures. That's the real killer here of those SCVs. He's going to break this front as well. Oh, big mine connection there. And more vultures are going to come up.
He's not focused on that tank now, though.
Oh, the tank
That
is
one
still
tank
alive there.
is- oh my gosh.
Getting
What's he
so
doing?
many hits off. Finally does go down.
Dandy
I think Dandy has enough. I think Dandy has enough here to secure his base and push his opponent out of the natural. It was very, very close. He lost a lot of SCVs there. He's now 49 SCVs to his opponent's 54.
He is up another base. He does have another gas, so I think he'll be okay. But
True.
I don't. They got a Wraith coming out now, and oh, for both of them, look at that, same timing.
These the odds have been evened out here a little bit though, and oh, Voddy gets the first volley from that Wraith. Means that he's going to have the advantage, be able to take down that Wraith of his opponents. Uh-oh. Big mine connects there. Actually, all of the tanks survive with 1 or 2 HP. Just gonna come up here and clear this with the vultures, though. Dandy, he's pushing back.
And Dandy is up on SCV count yet again.
Third base has been established by Voddy, but can he hold on here? Not really targeting the tanks. He's got some Wraiths out, though, and you can't really push here if you've got Wraiths hitting your tanks. You gotta have some sort of anti-air. He's managing to kill off a lot of tanks here, though, as he pushes forward. When is he gonna turn around, or will he just support this with Goliath coming up from behind?
Or nothing at all.
I don't see any Goliaths here. Eventually, these Wraiths are gonna take out the tanks. It's gonna take a while, but...
Yeah, but he's gonna get some hits off on these SCVs. Look at this, he's pulling
a
them off
bunch.
the third
SCV's
base
gonna
now.
die. There's the Goliath. Triple Goliath shows up. Does manage to kill off one of those with the mine there. Good mine connect. And he finishes off the last of the tanks, but more reinforcements gonna be arriving for Dandy. And I think this is gonna be the end here. Voddy running out of units.
Oof. Picked that mine off before it exploded. That was huge.
Does manage to hold on just barely. Just barely. This is really a back and forth match. This is displaying what we were talking about earlier, just the sort of a dynamic Terran versus Terran that we were hoping for. You know, not both players sitting back behind lines and lines of tanks. We're actually seeing a lot of movement here on the map, back and forth, and yeah, it's a great game so far of TVT. This is kind of the best of what you can expect from a good TVT. Both these players giving us a nice show here, getting some kills in the third base already. Voddy pretty far behind in that SCV count. Taking more damage there is going to really hurt him.
But he's gonna lose these tanks though for almost nothing.
Yeah, some good movement.
Oh, never mind. Some bad mines right there by Voddy.
That was awesome.
Mine hits.
He blew up like 7 of his own vultures.
I feel like a little kid watching explosions.
Some great mine placements, but he didn't get out of there in time to actually avoid the damage from those mines. So he loses all of his vultures. Doesn't manage to pick up all the tanks. That could have gone so nicely for Voddy if he'd just microed that a little bit more cleanly. He is going to try and take another base here. Dandy going to go ahead and take bottom right-hand corner. He's already got the gas being built there as well. CC is up, and he's transferring probes. No defenses in that area, so hopefully Voddy doesn't spot that and send a bunch of vultures down there, because that's going to be a prime location for some harassment.
And he's going right now, I think. I think he's going to kind of travel downwards. Or maybe he's going to the 3 o'clock.
Looks like he might be headed to the 3 o'clock. That's too bad for Voddy. He has no idea about bottom right-hand corner at this point, I think. Otherwise, he would definitely be sending stuff down there. And Danny setting up a big contain here.
Oh.
Ooh, some big kills. Oh,
Oh, he's one-shotting. He's one-shotting every single one of these SCVs.
Oh, a big mine connect there as well. He's gonna finish that off. I don't know. Those SCVs must have been damaged from an earlier attack. Just picking off a ton of those. I think it's 5 or 6 SCVs to that one vulture. That's pretty huge. Yeah. 73 SCVs now. Oh, he is gonna come down here. Nice.
Okay, now he does have vultures on the ramp.
Be able to get on there. Vultures on the ramp, though. Yeah, you're right.
It's not gonna be enough
to be able to block that. More reinforcements are coming from Dandy.
Oh.
Voddy a little bit slow in update. Oh, he doesn't actually know about that yet. He still hasn't gone up that ramp.
He knows there's vultures running around somewhere. Now he sees them.
Yes, but Voddy still, I think he doesn't know about the base down there in the bottom right-hand corner. It's gone undetected.
That's what he needs. He needs to stay a base ahead here. No, he's a gas ahead, and that's what he needs to stay. He needs to stay 1 gas ahead. You stay 1 gas ahead, you'll be in good position. He's got a decent contain going on him. Got something going on here at the 9 o'clock. And he kills Ursidon.
Possible breakout location here for Voddy. He's also sending a dropship around the map. Might be a couple of tanks. Send that down to the bottom right-hand corner. Try to deal some damage in that location. Another command center being built here for Dandy. He wants to extend his lead even farther. Great way to play TVT, just get more ahead. Couple of rays coming out here. Oh no, these rays gonna take out this dropship. No. Unload there for Voddy. Big loss. It's gonna start taking the bottom left-hand side as well. Double command center. Thrown down for Voddy here. Will Dandy actually contest this? I think he has to. Don't see any reason for him to just allow this to go up here in the bottom left-hand corner. We're getting into a split map situation here, guys. It's getting close. I mean, Dandy still has great position in the middle of the map. He's holding Voddy back on his side pretty heavily. You know, he's going to be able to take more than half the map, but this situation can change pretty quickly. As Voddy takes the bottom left-hand corner, he's going to have enough resources to contest Dandy in the middle of the map. But Dandy completely maxed out here. Going to be very hard to break some of these spots, though, because +2 is finished, I believe. Can you get a check on that +2 finished for both players? Yep, +2 here for Voddy. Definitely +2 for Dandy finished up. It's going to be very, very difficult for the Terran players to break each other in siege tank lines, unless you have dropships and a bunch of supporting units to be able to do that. All these tanks are going to be able to 2-hit the opponent's tanks. It's a very, very scary thing to do, to try and push across the map. I don't think Dandy, at this point, he's comfortable. He doesn't need to push out across the map. He doesn't need to try and stop what's going on in the bottom left-hand corner. Voddy's the one who has to do something, and this is his answer. He's sending in some dropships to the main base. Gonna pick off a dropship. That's a nice pick up there for Voddy. Snagging a dropship. He's gonna be able to kill off some of these machine shops as well. Loading up for a second time to bring some more units into this main. Great moves by Voddy here. Taking the initiative. Some harassment coming here at the far left-hand base. Dropping on top of the reinforcements of Dandy in the main. Huge plays there. And these
really
tanks are setting up. These tanks are setting up in range of the tanks inside of the main. Getting picked off very quickly. Looks like Dandy will clean some of these tanks, but there's still quite a few remaining here with plenty of buildings to hit. He's going to go after the armories. This could be huge, killing off that armory there. The other armory not spinning. That might have been a denial on one of the upgrades. I missed it.
Well, usually Terrans stop at 2 upgrades for weapons, but I personally like to get 3-3. It's just...
If you're going to go into a long
things.
split map game...
Man, this is hurting right now. This is
really hurting.
Really hurting.
Still not able to clean this up, and I think that Voddy will even load up again and drop more into this base.
If he drops any
losing
more,
so
it's going to
much.
be GG, I think. Voddy's been able to
Finally,
secure
he
every
does
part of the
clean
map.
it up. There we go. So before the next wave of drops can come in here, he does manage to clean that up. Good stuff from Dandy there. He needs to secure that flank, though. Get his main base all turreted up. Make sure that he doesn't suffer the same fate again. And Voddy has slipped ahead in supply now. He's at 197 to 172. He's taking a lot of the map. He's actually getting a big run by here as well. Down in the bottom right-hand corner. This could be huge. A lot of SCVs going to go down. So many SCVs here, actually. Oh my god. We're watching the SCV count just plummet right now from around 70 down to 53, 52.
This might be the beginning
oh
of
my
the end
goodness.
right here.
About 20 probes getting picked off there. Big mine connect as well. Another big mine connect. Oh, that one almost went off as well. Really, really close there, but looks like Dandy's not... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Another one gets picked off just before it connects there. Each one of these mine connects could be huge, though. There's not much left here for Dandy. He's been ransacked in the main as well. His economy is in shatters.
The map.
Another drop coming through here. That is so many dropships. Oh my goodness. Massive, massive dropships coming across the map here.
Oh man, is he gonna sit up right here? No, he's going straight for the economy.
Ooh, but he's getting picked off. So many dropships going down. 3 dropships fall.
We got some wraiths waiting here for him.
Oh my god, that was horrible for Voddy, throwing away a lot of the lead that he gained there. You can see 175 supply now. He dropped an insane amount of supply just by losing those dropships. They're so important. He's going to fly back out through the Goliath as well. No, losing even more dropships here. Manages to slide away with just a few drops remaining. He stopped this mining for a little bit, and Dandy is now on 42 SCVs, 43 SCVs. My god, that is a very, very low count here compared to the 67 of what Voddy has. He's fully mining in the bottom left. Actually, the very bottom left-hand base, he needs to transfer some workers over there because there's almost nothing here. Even on supply now, a big bank for Voddy, but not much gas. He needs to get those mining down in the bottom left-hand corner. Transfer some workers down there, but not any defense over here, actually. This could be horrible for Voddy if Dandy comes in with the vultures and wipes out the economy. He's actually just cleaning everything out, so he's being delayed a little bit here, but if he sent the vultures immediately, he could kill so many SCVs. Here's all those SCVs now. Gonna be a big drop here from Voddy to just clear out these vultures and try to hold on.
Around.
Ooh,
Nope. There you go.
The mines in the back. Here's big mine hits here. All
There you go.
of Dandy's army gonna crush through this army of Voddy. Ouch, that was a huge move. Massive, massive damage here. And GG is called.
what?
Voddy taps out. What a reversal there. No, Voddy was so behind for a long time in that game. He made a great move with that drop into the main base, but and also the run by down in the bottom right hand corner. He killed so many SCVs, but that push, Voddy was just not ready for that, and he ends up losing his entire army, all the SCVs in the bottom left hand corner, and he taps out. Wow, what a game!
So like it did feel like Voddy was in the lead, and then when he was going for that drop, do you guys think he was trying to go to 3 o'clock originally? And the reason I ask that is because that expansion had been more or less mined out. I don't see much value in dropping. But where else was he going with those dropships, you know?
I don't know. That was a big blunder from Voddy. He was definitely ahead after that drop in the main and the run by, but yeah, that drop was
like, had he gone all the way down with the dropships and then dropped to the far bottom right.
Well, he had units there, but I thought he should have just dropped on that mineral only expansion right there on that ledge right outside his base, where his units are constantly.
Oh yeah, that's another place, right?
His dropships were all right there. They were all in position. They had the high ground advantage. I was like, it's a good drop. He's going to kill a CC, and he's going to set up, a pincer type of contain on him.
Yeah, he could have also dropped in the main. I mean, Dandy didn't refresh the turret count in the main there after he lost so many buildings in the main. He could have dropped on the factories there and just cut off the production, but anything would have been better than what he did there, which was just fly straight in and lose a bunch of dropships on the on that drop. That was horrible. That was horrible.
That was a really fun TVT to watch. So much action. Both of them played phenomenally.
Pato, you still with us?
Of course. Yep.
Pato's taking notes.
I have to learn of the best.
Of the best?
Of course. These are best of the best Terrans.
Alright folks, thanks for sticking around. Let's get into game 2. Neosulfid.
Alright, game number 2, Neosulfid. The bottom left-hand corner, we've got Dandy as our gray Terran. And on the bottom right, we've got IRK Voddy as our magenta Terran. As my daughter graciously brings me a bottle of water, and it's partially drinking. I don't want that one.
Shout out to Juliet. Let's put up some of her emotes.
Granted, that's when she was a baby, so like three years ago or so. But gosh, that bottom one. Gentlemen, if you have a daughter, pray that she does not have curly hair. Oh my God, it's awful. It's the worst thing about being a father. It's not them getting on drugs. It's not them sneaking out of the house. It's having to straighten your daughter's curly hair. Okay, just learn this ahead of time and prepare.
Isn't it funny how girls with straight hair want curly hair, and then girls with curly hair want straight hair?
You're never happy with your hair. That's like a law.
I wish my hair wasn't running away from me.
One day we will find a cure, my friend. Honestly,
Rogaine to sponsor us.
I think they need to stop all kinds of research into like finding a cure for cancer and all the serious ones, and let's work on the baldness issue. I'm pretty sure most guys in the world would.
Wow, Ox is like, you know what? Forget your family and friends that are diagnosed with incurable
I'm just kidding,
diseases.
guys.
We're overpopulated anyways, so let's just make our quality of life better.
Just shave it off, man. Just shave it off.
Oh, I'm
right.
getting there.
You'll
Yeah,
feel
I'll
better.
probably got like 3 or 4 years left in me, I'd say, before it's like kind of receding at the corners, you know, on the front.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know that comb over ain't gonna work. I would totally do like the side comb over though if that ever happens to me. Oh yeah, I'm rocking that.
Disgusted by even the thinking about that.
Oh no, my wife will not like that at all, but she'll get over it. All right, here, so pretty standard openings from both of them. Nothing out of the ordinary. No one's opting for fast expansion. Both of them scouted the wrong way. So equal footing.
It looks like similar builds coming out here. Everything looking pretty standard from both players. Nobody going for a gasless fast expand or anything like that. Just keeping it nice and standard. Only a 1 Marine being produced here for Danny. Okay, another one coming out. So 2 Marines for either player.
Both players opted to just mine 1 SCV on gas. So possibly a fast expansion for both of them. Or they're
Everything
just going to drop
matching
that
up very
second factory.
nicely.
Yep. Let's see if one of them opts to build a bunker first instead of a CC. We got an add-on coming here instead of a vulture. That's interesting. If you do an add-on, typically you want to get your bunker up and block somehow so a vulture doesn't run by and pick up a couple SCVs early.
Yeah, he might come over here with the vulture and just target those.
The SCV
Marines,
doesn't see
that
it,
would be
so
big.
that is good. So
That's
we'll
good.
probably see a bunker coming down here pretty quickly. We need to see a bunker. He's just going
Voddy's
straight for
going
the
to lose
tank.
both of his Marines here, I think. He could lose the SCV on the command center as well.
Well, he's got a tank coming up behind it, so 2 Marines and a tank will one-shot each the Marines. And this tank will handle this vulture, but now he's not paying attention, so the vulture's going to get an SCV kill. And he slowed down Dandy's expansion as well, or excuse me, Voddy's expansion. So he does opt to back, but he's got a little bit of a lead now. So he's got a second factory coming down.
He's lost 2 vultures, but that's pretty decent for the benefit of slowing down that command center by quite a lot. I mean, they came down to exactly the same time. This one's not even half done, so pretty decent. He also killed one of those Marines, so the barracks will survive much longer inside the main base. Take a long time for 1 Marine to kill a barracks. It just takes forever. Two Marines here for Dandy will be able to damage that bunker and push it away a little bit quicker. Gonna reveal the build here for Dandy, but he will have to get that barracks out of there pretty quick.
I like the
Full
legs on the
factory.
barracks. Suction cups.
You mean on every Terran building that's liftable?
Oh, do they all have that?
Yeah, yeah.
Even the command center?
Yeah, they're just a little different. See right there? See, it's got the little legs in front, on the front
Kinda.
side, and then the left is the door. They got some more on the back side, but you can't see them yet. So, Danny's pretty far ahead this game. He's got his armory coming down. He's got 3 fact. Another add-on making. Oh, looks like Voddy does have an armory coming up as well. About to finish the same time. Looks like Voddy wants to kind of play a more defensive style play against Dandy's aggressive Terran.
Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. Sorry, Say.
No problem. Yeah, thanks guys for coming by, watching some Foreigner Brood War here. Glad for your support.
Yeah, get the word out. Tell your friends that this is going on. A lot of people still don't know about this event, and it's a pretty big event. I mean, you know, our cash pool prize is growing every week, just about, and we're trying to reach our limit of $6,000. Our goal of $6,000, not a limit. And trying to add sponsors in and trying to get these players more money. And they're all pretty well known on the foreign scene. You probably got 12 of the top, I'd say 20 or 25 players in this tournament. You know, there's a couple that could not participate, but it's not it's not like we took a step down to get somebody else. It's just all 12 of these guys are solid gamers in their own rights and have respect from each of these other opponents.
Yeah, I gotta respect the fact that they dedicated themselves to 3-month-long events. If you have a tournament like ASL, BSL, you get knocked out and that's it. And you only stick around if you're still in it, right? But in this one, you gotta keep going for 3 months. So big shout out to all the players for hanging in there.
And I think part of that was because they're being compensated every week they play. You know, and I like that we were able to do that. I can't give enough credit to the format that you set up. It's just awesome.
It's all the players, really, because they don't even get paid until the end. So there's got to be a lot of trust in the organizers and their ability to execute it. So yeah, big thank you to everyone to help out with the events. My Fleeting Dream, especially.
Yeah, and I think we did a pretty good job before this tournament started, letting these players know why we're here. You know, giving them opportunities to play in small show matches here and there.
That was the plan, my friend.
And it just built up something bigger. So it looks like they're both trying to create a wall here. Dandy's trying to get a little bit more map control out. And I'm wondering if Voddy might actually opt to do kind of what he did last game, but it looks like he instead of going for the drop play, he's actually going for a Wraith play. Both Wraiths. So he's going to play more defensive, just take his right side of the map as much as he can. Maybe try to secure this top base, 12 o'clock.
Well, I kind of like Voddy's position here a little bit better. You know, this is a 3-player map, so the positioning of the tanks right now to the north side, that's going to allow access for Voddy into that third main base up there in the top center. He's gonna lose his tank. Oh no, no scan. Doesn't manage to see it. Can't pick that off.
Does Voddy build a starport up here and down there so that they're not, I don't know, spotted together?
Yeah, if you see 2 starports, you know it's going to be Wraiths, especially if one doesn't have an add-on. I think he just wants to kind of catch him off guard and just pick off a couple tanks here and there until he gets a decent force. Ooh, great reaction time from Dandy right there, though.
Pew pew.
3 SCBs going down.
Getting some pot shots off, but Dandy does have sufficient anti-air here in basically every location. Maybe too much damage going down. It's nice to have the Wraiths, though. They are a better sort of vision.
Not losing a single. What is his health at on those Wraiths? Goodness gracious. Yeah, they're all low.
He's gonna lose some
right here. Oof.
Unfortunate. Danny setting up here at the bottom center. Guess that would be the 7 o'clock position. So there's still a fair amount of bases on Dandy's side of the map yet to take, but I think, yeah, Voddy definitely has more of the map here. He's got an advantage. If we just continue to see both these players set up lines and lines of tanks and not move them, it's a very different base, or very different game from last game.
How many
These
barracks do you have to
barracks
make in a TVT? Is it like 9 or 10 of them?
Depends on how aggressive you are in trying to get that vision with the barracks. Depends on whether you know, take the time to repair those as well. But I think Danny's pretty weak on this top side. I would like to see Voddy push forward a bit and take more ground. He can definitely do that. Just use some of these race to pick off this tank. Free tank right there. Oh, he doesn't see it. Could pick that one off and just push the tanks forward a little bit. He's spent a lot of resources getting the tanks in this position. Look at all the tanks that are up towards the north side. If he wanted to, he could push forward and take a better position, but he's just not doing so right now. It just feels like staying in a strong position here, holding this half of the map is good enough. Not pushing forward here just yet. Danny's getting away with quite a lot here. He's taking several bases, and he's just not defending in the top half of the map at all. There's only one tank there. All of the rest of his forces are kind of concentrated down here towards the bottom center of the map. Look at all the tanks there, and Goliath as well. Now he's sending up some tanks towards the top half of the map. There's an opening there for Voddy. He could have taken some sort of greater advantage here, but he just wasn't willing to push it. Sitting back here, he's going to secure the top base there, that other main base. Getting a command center up there. And I think this is, yeah, more than half the map here for Voddy. How many bases do we have for Voddy on his side of the map compared to Danny? I guess we've got 1, 2, 3.
It's gonna be
4,
about even because of the way the map split. Since these SCV kills are getting stuff done now. Look at this. See, that was a great little maneuver there to try to get a little bit more map control too. Trying to drop some mines in some key areas. Potentially setting up some mines and some expansions so he can have an early warning system as to when Dandy's going to expand again.
Ooh,
Looks
nice
like
scan here.
Dandy's coming across, and I think he's getting a little impatient. I don't know if this is going to be a good move.
He's going to try and break up here at the north side. A lot of tanks are in position from Voddy.
Yeah, and
needs to
Dandy's
hold this
taking a
line
lot of
here.
fire.
A lot of hits. More tanks coming up from Voddy. Looks like he's probably going to hold here. A lot of the anti-air has been taken out as well. Some of these Wraiths coming into their deaths, but I think Voddy holds. And he's in a good spot now. You know, he's still holding his side of the map. Still in good position. He's got that base covered there at the top left-hand corner with a bunch of mines and vultures. Could come in for some more
Ooh, got a Valkyrie
SCV
out.
kills. I was just counting the number of bases, not just bases, but the number of gases on Voddy's side of the map is about 7. Meanwhile, Dandy's side of the map, I think, only has 5 here, if I'm counting correctly. 1, 2. Yeah, only 5 gas bases here for Dandy. That's going to be a problem as the game goes longer. Gas is the main resource you need for these mech versus mech armies. Dandy in a bit of trouble. See if he starts adding on some dropships. Try to go around the army of Voddy rather than trying to go through it. That has already failed once. Don't know if he's going to try it again or not.
Is there a
One
reason
more failed
Voddy
break.
hasn't been upgrading? Dandy, I think, stopped as well.
Huh.
No, they're
No
both.
+2 yet?
They're both.
They are
about
both
to get
upgrading.
+2.
The rule is that you get +1 after you get your 3rd expansion. Or your 3rd gas, if you want to.
In TVT?
Yeah, it's very important. After that you prioritize your upgrades. But not before you land your 3rd CC.
So,
Look at all the... Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Look at all the turrets up there in the top center base there for Voddy. He's really getting prepared for a drop. He knows that Dandy has less than half the map. He's got less than half the gases. He's got to do something, so a drop is the most obvious option here for Dandy to do. And he's running out of time here. Voddy really getting up towards his max army. He's going to go for the natural. Here he comes. Trying to break here and cut off the reinforcements of Voddy. He's got so many tanks, but he's starting to break through.
Whoa.
Oh, this is a big army pushing in.
Danny can siege those top tanks right there. He'll be in good position because that's not technically a high ground. It's a little late on it, but now he got some good tank fire off.
Huge targeting there from Dandy.
I don't think he's going to break through. He's going to break through, but... Oh, wow. Okay.
I think Voddy with
I just cast.
I think Voddy with a complete misread of what the situation was here from Dandy. He had a lot of dropships being made here. I think he was expecting
plus two versus +1. Yep.
I think that Voddy was expecting Dandy to just go for drops. He wanted those dropships for counters. I don't think he actually wanted to
+2.
deal with that. Oh.
I thought Voddy was going to have +2 at the same time. Looks like Dandy pulled that +2 off sooner, so that's just 2 tank shots for a siege.
It's a big advantage in TVT. Huge advantage in TVT.
This is slowly falling away for Voddy here.
One lucky thing about having these drops now is that as he produces more units, even though he's trapped inside his main base, he can lift off those tanks that are being produced here with all the dropships he's made and send them to other locations. So he can technically defend the top center there, but he needs to send those reinforcements soon.
He needs to counter with these dropships. I think it's going to be his best bet. Just hold a tank line. Oh, if he loses his middle base too, it's over. Okay, so he does counter. Oh, the Valkyries!
Valkyries in position, going to take out all of the dropships. Huge, huge, huge plays there from Dandy. Voddy can take out this base, but he can't do much more here. He's going to lose his own center base on the center right-hand corner, and all the dropships goes down. Now that big contain there at the natural going to be even more effective. He's trying to break out here, heading forward with the tanks. He's going to siege up.
2 shots.
The tanks are really they're really clumped up there, but he does manage to break Dandy's contain. Now, Dandy gonna react here and send his forces up to the north base. This is gonna be GG here, for sure. Voddy, he cannot defend this base. He's got a good clump of tanks at his natural. He's got a good clump of tanks at Dandy's 7 o'clock base, but it's just not gonna be enough. They're not in the right position here. He's gonna try and counter, looks like. But his time is running out here. He's got no more command centers. Once this one in the top center gets taken out, that's going to be it. 20 SCVs. Oof. Instead of countering here, he's actually going to come and try to attack this army of Dandy and try to take back his bases, but he's got no money.
He doesn't have no money. He has to resecure his right side base.
150 supply to 60. Voddy in the death throes.
Oh, look at that drill.
Trying to deal some damage. Oh, the SCVs. And he eats huge damage from the splash there. Just clean up that army. And we'll clean up this base, but the supplies show the real story here. Voddy, nothing left. Doing his best, but where is he even gonna mine? Trying to send out some SCVs, but he doesn't have any mining going on. Maybe he should take the bottom center. Pretty much the only base he can hold right now. I don't think Voddy really realizes what a disadvantage he's at right now. He is trying to take this base, Figures he would try to take that for sure. Makes sense, but getting this contain out front of the natural of Dandy. Once he breaks this, I think it'll have to be the tap out moment. Setting up some more tanks. Oh no, right into these setup tanks of Dandy. He sieges late. He's gonna lose so much here. 36 supply for Voddy. 18 SCVs. Oh my goodness. Well, at least Dandy's only mining off of one base at this point. Everything else has been mined out. Really doesn't have much, but he does have a good army. And GG is called. Voddy taps out. Dandy takes the win here in the game. Second game of this series.
Nice.
Does TVT always seem like the players are going neck to neck, or it's possible to just crush somebody in TVT like in other matchups? Because Voddy just seems so close. But maybe that's just the nature of TVTs, that they just seem closer than other types of matchups.
Well, once you get tanks in position and sieged up, there's a good... There's always that chance that you can just hold on for a very, very long time, and it feels a little bit closer, but there are situations where you can absolutely wreck somebody if you get a sick drop-off, destroy their main base, or if you just take a crushing defeat, you know, just roll over the opponent and you get really far ahead before +2, especially before +2. You can just unsiege everything and just walk over your opponent. That's pretty one-sided, but yes, in some of these situations, it is possible, even if you're behind, to just siege everywhere, set up turrets, set up tanks, and hold on for an insane amount of time. So it might seem really, really close in some situations, but the way that you can tell who's really far ahead usually is by just looking at the number of bases that are on their side of the map, and that will give you a good idea. But in this case, Dandy did a great move there, just going straight for the throat, cutting off the reinforcements coming from the main base, and regardless of the position on the map that Voddy was holding there, he got that 2+2 upgrade just a little bit late, ends up getting taken down.
All right, hopping into game number 3 here. Top right, we have IRK Voddy as our Terran, and on the bottom left, we have Soul T Dandy as our blue Terran here on Eclipse. Game number 3, Dandy is currently up 2-0, and this was kind of this was something that us casters talked about beforehand. We kind of didn't think it would go 2-0 right off the bat. We thought it'd be more even, but we'll see if Voddy can pull a couple games out, or if he's just going to continue this trend of slowly slipping away each game. I really felt like he had a lead both games, and it just flipped around. Dandy said he wasn't having any of it, and he wasn't.
Both games came down to a decisive attack from Dandy. In the first game, it was after the unsuccessful drop from Voddy, and I think drops kind of played a part in the previous loss there as well. I mean, that drop into the base at the 12 or at the 6 o'clock position, that really went south for Voddy once again. Man, it was a horrible, horrible drop with all of those Valkyries just firing away. Yikes, that was rough to watch.
I mean, he got the drop off. He did the damage. He killed the SCVs. He killed the CC. He should have marched up and to the left and killed that side base right there and taken that ground as kind of a little stronghold while killing an expansion. But he opted to march across the map instead and ended up running into a bunch of siege tanks eventually. He got a pretty good position there for a little while, but I don't think he did as much damage as he was hoping for. So, but he had already lost his natural, his third, and his 3 o'clock base by that point. So he'd already lost 3 bases. And then his top 2 bases were completely undefended after that. So really, after that neck grab by Dandy last game, there wasn't really much coming back from it, unfortunately. So he played it well, but
I think with the dropships he had, he did have some moves that he could have made. He had like 6 dropships or something like that. If you have that number, even if you're contained, you can still go around that contain. It's not like a hard contain with turrets and all that stuff around his main. So he could have continuously picked units out of his main and reinforced the north part of the map, keep that base protected. But going for that trade there, losing all the dropships really removes the ability of your army to circumvent the contain at the natural. Rough stuff. Anyway, we're gonna get into this next game here. I'm sure that that first 2 games still weighing heavily on Voddy's mind. He's gonna have to find some way to beat this Terran player. How do you like this map for PvT, Pato? What do you feel about this map?
This map is not suitable for 15cc, in my opinion, because you get spotted or you get very easily punished. So I tend to play standard in this map, like vultures, or maybe if you want to variate a little bit, maybe you can go for a Goliath drop, but nothing further than that.
We're going to have the same build out of both these players to start out this next game. From the last game, the early Vulture going to deal a lot more damage this time, though. Coming in, killing off 2 SCVs, both of the Marines as well. And finally, the tank pops out. This is why you don't regularly see just a straight-up machine shop immediately after the first factory gets completed. It's pretty bad, actually, to just go for this. Going to take a lot of damage on this tank. He's going to have to fight with the Marines. He's going to lose more SCVs to this Vulture. Dandy really outclassing Voddy here right now with the build order in the beginning of the game. He's losing so much here. Oh no, this is going bad for Voddy already. We want to see a comeback from him, but this is not the way to get it started. He's behind with the construction of that natural command center. Got 1 tank out, and he's already 3 SCVs behind. A lot of kills there for Dandy in this early game. Triple factory here for Dandy once again. Copying the build from the last game. Almost to a T. Doing very well with it. Tanks try to push out, but with mines on the map, there's not really any choice. Can't really push through that. If you lose these tanks, your game is over at this point. So he's going to have to stay back. Trying to take a little bit of position out in front of his natural, but that's the best he can do right now. Seeing the strength of these early Vulture openings. Just so strong here. He's going to get a good contain, I think. Can send the rest of the Vultures out over to the natural. Just set up mines everywhere. You should be able to take a 3rd base here with little to no effort. It's going to be on Voddy to get some detection out and break that contain of just pure spider mine out in front of his natural. Yeah, here he comes. He's going to lay down some mines. Going to check the bases. Make sure that no cheeky 3rd command center is going to come out here. Dandy, I feel a good lead for Dandy once again. Here's a couple of Goliaths popping out. Needs to deal with that barrack so his build isn't just completely revealed, but yeah, these Goliaths, I guess, they will be useful for taking down mines.
He's not going to spot the dropship, so
We're going to get it.
or starport, I should say.
It's that starport, yeah. He's going to get the barracks here.
And that does hurt a little bit, especially this early. If the 3rd base is going to go down soon, she won't be able to add any more factories until you rebuild that barracks again. So, Voddy opting to move out a little bit, see what he can do. I don't know if he's like wanting to clear the map out of mines or set up an early position, or just kind of do what he did last game and just set up for his third base.
With this number of Goliaths, he can clear out mines just by walking forward and triggering them and then just gunning them down. So it is a bit risky, but he should be fine. A lot of mines actually on this high ground could be a danger to him. If you end up popping up like 3 or 4 mines at the same time, it's a bit harder to gun all of those down, and you could eat big mine hits. Comes the dropship now. Okay, a Goliath drop, a high value dropship coming across the map here. Very high value. He's going to drop here, or he gets spotted.
He opts to stop next to the vulture.
Stops right next to that vulture there. And the third base is up for Dandy's, transferring a lot of SCVs. Man, that is a crazy amount of SCVs transferred. Wow. Leaving his natural with basically nothing there. He's got like 7 or 8 SCVs in that natural. That's a big transfer.
Look at how he's avoiding every spot on the map that is blue on this other drop, though. That was mildly impressive. Like, dude, he ran up through nothing. He avoided all that.
And he's now kind of gotten around everything. He's in this base. 2 drops gonna come down here, and all of
tanks?
those SCVs. 2 tanks gonna set up here. He does have the SCVs to start dealing damage, but focusing on the tanks of his opponent. Voddy gonna get a tank here. Oh, really? He doesn't. No way. Missing the shots there. He doesn't target onto that low HP tank. Gotta get 3 shots off, otherwise you're never gonna kill any of those tanks. That's a bit sad for Voddy there. Could have gotten at least one of those tanks if he targeted properly. Voddy, he's got to get some damage done here. He is dropping the Goliaths out on these tanks. Will manage to kill off a few of them. Now he's going to land down here. He's trying desperately to actually get something done. Landing right next to the tanks. They can't fire. He will take out these tanks. And well. I think he might be able to break this base. Which he absolutely needs to do, considering he is a base down.
And he has to get mines on those tanks.
Oh, those mines. Where are the mines? He does have SCVs to help clean this up. Unsieged tanks going to finish off the Goliaths and tanks there. So he manages to hold it off for a little bit longer here.
He's putting a lot of pressure on, and the SCV count still 10 apart. Dandy still has his third base, and Voddy hasn't even landed his third CC yet. So unless he can get a little bit more done in this next minute or two, I don't think he's going to fare too well the rest of the game.
Still behind in those SCVs, regardless of doing a bunch of damage.
Going straight for the main,
straight for the main. Lot of vultures here. 2 tanks as well. Pick up and land next to this tank.
Right.
2 tanks pop out. Perfect timing. There's also a Wraith here and a Goliath. He's gonna kill both these dropships. I think this could be GG here. Ooh. Voddy gonna go back to his base and lick his wounds. Try to get this third base up. And see some tanks out here in the front, but Dandy is in such a good position now. He's added on a bunch more factories here. His production is ramped up. And, he's in a good spot. In a good spot. Can't understate that. Can't overstate that, excuse me. He is in a great position to take this game. Oh, did he actually eat that mine? I don't think so. That was really, really close, though. Voddy looking to push forward here onto the high ground outside of his opponent's natural. His next move here, the latest in a string of difficult maneuvers. He's going to try and take out these tanks. These are really clumped tanks. Quite a few of them do go down. He's going to get that last one as well, I think. A good trade there for Voddy.
That was a great trade, yes.
He's got a good amount of vultures here. It's going to be, or a good amount of Goliaths here, excuse me. It's going to be hard for those vultures to take down tanks on high ground with the Goliaths just surrounding them. Goes for a counter here, though. What is in position to actually defend this base up towards the north side? I don't think there's much. He's going to block the ramp with some SCVs, but those will be picked off very, very quickly. And what does he have left in here? Just a whole bunch of SCVs. Well, 4 or 5 vultures will get into this base and begin ransacking the SCVs. You can see top of the map here, we've got a ton of SCVs getting taken down. Nearly 60 SCVs, down to 45 now. Continuing to drop here as Dandy gets into the third base and sets up mines. More SCVs, not the unit that I would choose to clear out vultures, but Voddy sending his SCVs over here a little bit preemptively. Gonna lose even more of those. Vultures finally will get cleaned up here.
47 to 71 SCVs.
The damage. My god.
So much TVT today. So much TVT. It's been awesome. But thanks everyone
these are great TVT games. Usually I'm a little disappointed in the progress of a TVT. I've got a couple players that I like to watch play TVT, like Scan. Scan is a lot of fun to watch playing Terran versus Terran. But most of the time it's miss, and these games have not been that at all. Like they've been action packed. They're not just creating a wall and going wraiths and BCs. They're playing, man. And I love and respect that.
Is that a TVT strat where you make a wall and go wraiths and BCs? That actually sounds pretty cool.
You see it a lot. It's so dumb. You just mass turrets and tanks through the middle of the map. And
it sounds like you've been playing fastest TVT.
No.
I'm just messing with you.
Watch a Fighting Spirit, Terran versus Terran. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. They split the map. They fight for the side bases. And they just Yamato cannon the siege tanks or Goliaths.
WhyUSuk has been playing like 3v3 fastest BGH. I haven't seen that often, but I haven't seen that many TVTs. Here we go, big exchange.
Ooh, Danny getting right on top of these tanks with mines. And even though they're not connected, they took a lot of siege tank hits. So those blasts essentially went to waste. Oh man, Danny just rolling Voddy right now. Voddy's not really having an answer for him today.
You could see earlier there, Voddy had a pretty good position. He was claiming more than half the map, but with this move, Danny's splitting his forces in half. Bunch of defenses up there on the left side for Voddy. Not going to be useful. These forces down here in front of the natural also not going to be useful here. GG is called. Dandy, another victory here. Taking this series 3-0 so far. 2 more games are left. But how can Voddy bring this back? Does he have an answer for this Terran player? Find out in the next one.
I notice after Voddy leaves the game, Dandy stays in there because this must be a Dandy replay. I pick replays from both players because there's actually a way of telling who won a game based on the replay. But yeah, he stays in the game and scans his opponent's bases even after they leave just to see what they had. So that's kind of cool. Dandy going to shut out Voddy. It's 3-0. Pato said that it would be 3-2 for Voddy.
Yeah.
I did too. And that's no slander on Dandy, because we all know he's a strong Terran, but Voddy's a little bit. History shows, at least, that Voddy plays TVT a little bit better than Dandy. Dandy's TVT is a little bit weaker. He used to actually play Protoss whenever he come across a Terran opponent, and he was very, very good at it. But because some tournaments don't allow you to switch races in the tournament, he's had to adapt and just stick with Terran and learn TVT. And as you're seeing, he's doing just that. So Dandy's up 3-0 on Voddy right now.
Has Dandy always been super good at 1v1, like at this level? Because when I came back in July, some of the first show matches we did, we used to do them live, were 2v2s. And it was mostly Scan and like a Korean versus Dandy and Babo. So when I came back, I was like, okay, Dandy's a super good 2v2 player, if not the best. And then I saw him get into 1v1s.
He's been more 1v1 for a while. I think the only reason he really played much 2v2, which he does like 2v2, but he played it with Bobo. You know, they're on the same team together for quite some time, and they became good friends. They're practice partners, and they decided to play 2v2 together. But Danny's been a 1v1 player for quite some time now.
Was he at this level? Because after the 2v2 stopped and I saw him play 1v1, it slowly like became clear to me that he's one of the best 1v1 Terrans. Did he have that status like 5, 6, 7 months ago or even before?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, I remember 3 years ago, maybe, I think is what it is, when I was on Team SK, we had a pretty stacked lineup. So, you know, we had Dewalt, we had Bonif, we had Agio, we had Scan. You know, we were loaded. And Sol T was the only team that could consistently beat us. And Babo matched up against Terror. Dandy would match up against somebody. They would win their matches every time. And they'd pull out. And then, of course, Babo and Dandy being such a strong 2v2 team, they just needed two 1v1 wins and a 2v2 win, which was the 2v2 win was almost always in the bag. So, at SCS Spider, we do have some 2v2 events going on. We've currently put those on hold because of Best of the Best. But we have definitely been talking about getting those going again and potentially picking up a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah, if you look at the VODs on our YouTube, shout out to Prima1 who used to stream live for us. Our first events for 2v2, they were live a lot with Skin and Yoon or Yapsab or someone versus Babo and Dandy. We didn't set up too many of those because they're just kind of hard to get 4 players who are available at the same time. And the prize needs to be a little bit higher for those than 1v1s. But it's possible to do those show matches in the future.
Yeah, and the reason being is because you've got to split the prize pool between 2 players.
Right. So for best of 5, it's a $20 prize pool instead of $10, which we offer to S rankers.
I could probably get some guys together to do something like that. It'll probably happen after BBT or something like that, though.
I hope the shield battery thing eventually is possible to maybe do a 2v2 matchmaking system. I think that would be like the biggest thing for StarCraft Remastered.
Yeah, it would, but I don't
know if it's possible or not.
There's probably a lot of pros and cons to doing it 2 different ways. So, you know, I heard they were doing rumors where it would kind of be like iCup or IC Cup, where you can actually choose your teammate or something like that. But then I also heard that they didn't want to just put 2 players together that would reach the top ranks the fastest and never have any opponents. So it would be someone would not be happy about the way it was set up either way, of course. Looks like Dandy's going to go for a 15cc. He's skipping his gas.
Yeah, this is a gasless expand build. type of barracks here, so not so dangerous in the macro. He does get his gas stolen. We'll be able to take it now after pulling off some SCVs to try and eliminate that refinery as quickly as possible. Now he's got one Marine out here. He's gonna build a bunker here. Dandy's got
2-fact.
Ooh, 2-fact. All right, so this is gonna be a quick one. Probably will be pretty fast here. Bunker way out in front. Okay.
Yeah, you're kind of gonna want to do a bunker push. So you start out far, or you start out in, and then you kind of push out individually each bunker before the siege tanks actually get there.
Idea. Just get some.
That way it buys you time. Kind of like when you got a bunch of sunken colonies and they're attacking, you build some more sunken colonies behind it as the siege tanks are blasting you to buy you more time. That's essentially what this is for. Until you can get your siege tank out to actually hold that push. And Dandy's factory is so late.
Wouldn't it help to have proxy factories?
It
Yeah,
would,
but
for sure.
I don't think he had an SCV in position to actually do that. So he was just primarily focused on getting that factory down ASAP.
He might still get him, but it's
Maybe,
a little
we'll see.
ways.
Dandy's going to end up spending a lot of money on just trying to defend. Even if Voddy doesn't completely break this, as long as he kind of follows it up decent, if he doesn't break it, he'll still be in good position.
I think we're going to see a starport follow up here from Dandy. I like this play because
There's
the starport. He's going to get that Wraith out, and I don't think that Voddy's going to commit to building a armory or an engineering bay. He's just going to be pumping out as many tanks and vultures as possible. He doesn't have much anti-air here, so once this Wraith pops out, and he lost one of those Marines. 3 Marines. Okay, he's got 3 Marines here. At least he can hold off that first Wraith. But it's not going to be pretty here once that Wraith pops out. Right, the tank has set up in the front. Falling back, just going to heal up those SCVs. Buying as much time as possible. 2 tanks are here now. Gotta pull back with those SCVs. Pull back the Marines. There you go. In that second bunker. First tank is out for Dandy. No siege mode just yet.
See, usually you have like 3 bunkers here instead of just 2. And I think that slowed him down too much. I think it's over. He has to pull SCVs right now.
Man's getting up in between the main and natural here. Ooh, this is really, really rough. He's getting 1 Wraith out, but there's 2 SCVs to repair. There's also 3 Marines. Oh, he kills 1 of the Marines. Maybe, just maybe he can break this. No, it looks like Voddy, he's in position now. Oh, he takes out 1 of the tanks. It's a good start.
Oh, he's got to kill that mine.
The mine!
Oh!
Oh, God.
It's one of the most
Mine
exciting
is-
things in SC to watch. A
That
mine
and
explode when
Reaver
workers are around. Yeah. We all
Get
have
that
some
Wraith
sort of
up there.
obsession with workers dying.
All right, so Danny might actually hold this off here now that he's got a couple tanks. Oh, he's got a couple tanks up here,
The double Wraith.
a couple
but
wraiths. Yep.
Looks like Voddy just gonna throw down his own command center. And
I mean, Danny's still ahead on his CB count, and his command center is done still.
he does also have Wraiths too, so he can go across the
Yeah.
map now. And there's no anti-air just yet. Voddy probably just gonna go for an armory here. Try to hold off with Goliath. Another SCV goes down.
You need to get
What,
these
Danny?
wraiths out on the map, or well, clear out these mines then.
Voddy
and
GGs.
Voddy GGs. I think he
Wow.
realized he was too far behind. Didn't do
A
enough
nice
damage.
hold. A very nice hold from Dandy. That was a crazy mine hit that came through, but good play with the Wraiths, getting those out. Dealing with that push. Wow, even after such a lucky mine shot, still not managing to finish off the game. Finish out the win there. Jeez. Can Voddy take a single game off of Dandy? It's
Last
not looking
game.
good for him.
Let's
Last
see.
game here.
Thanks for bearing with us. Saying you're the best. Thanks for hanging out. WhyUSuk.
Thanks, man. Thanks for inviting me. It's
Pato.
been fun.
Of course.
Everyone out there. Hope you're having a good Saturday. It's been a long winter and we're getting into spring. Game 5 on the Spore map by the German map maker Freakling. Is this going to be a fast and exciting game or a 2-hour game? Stay tuned.
Alright, here on this map, it's called the Demon? No, what's it called again?
You can do it. I believe in you.
The
It's become a sort of ritual on our show where we're rooting for people to pronounce it right. It's like, I believe in you, bro. No, you can do it. Dies Irae, I think.
Diaz Irae?
Yeah, I think you're actually pronouncing it more correctly there. You're our new leader. Diaz Irae sounds right.
Diaz Irae.
There's
Alright,
actually
on
a
Diaz
YouTube
Irae.
that teaches you how to pronounce it correctly.
Oh, really? Wow. Some commitment there. Dandy up here at the top right-hand corner. Body down in the bottom right. Vertical spawns with the 4 crawlers out in front. Pretty cool map. Liking it. Digging it. It's like a wall in here for both players.
Got kind of an even voting right here for
Ooh, let me
who's
get
going
in
to
on
win this game. Dandy 51, Voddy 49. Will Dandy take this a 5-0 series, or will Voddy pull it off and squeeze a win out of Dandy? Get your votes in. Jack that pot up, guys. Come on now, don't be sissies. There you go. 1.5K, big 1K drop right there. 77% Dandy. Wow.
Yeah, get your predictions in, guys. The timeout thing is really fun. You can ban someone from the chat for 10 minutes. They can still predict and watch the content. But...
Ooh, and Voddy fans came back. And the submissions have been closed. Voddy has got a 54% voting right here. So we'll see how it goes. I want to bet, but I can't because I'm a mod. Ew.
I think I've got my money on Dandy here. He's been playing so solidly, even though Voddy's gotten some good leads in this series. At times, it's just been Dandy's solid play and his good decision-making, very aggressive attacks, decisive attacks that have ended him a lot of wins here. Trapping that SCV. Nice moves by Dandy. Drops the supply depot. Doesn't manage to pick up the SCV, but he will chase it out of the base. Wow, 1 health. 1 HP. Mirrored builds here from both players. Both on 19 SCVs. Both getting ready to take their respective expansions. Voddy isn't going to add on another machine shop. He does it again. This man, he just loves the machine shop opener. Wants to get that tank out as soon as possible. He got punished hard for it last game. And Dandy, oh, double starport.
Uh-oh. Now, here's the only downfall for this. They know where each other's at fairly early, so Voddy is going to see the double starport. Voddy's also opting to take a early CC. I think if Dandy doesn't actually get stuff done with this dual port, that it's not going to do anything for him. But now,
I love how Dandy's like, yeah, I know you're making a machine shop, but here's a vulture coming out.
yeah,
Did he have one before, or did he just go tank?
he's not holding the vulture still, so he can repair it. Oh man! And he saw the dual port done. The dual star port was already done, and he knew he wasn't going to be able to hold it.
Oh my
See?
god.
Dandy's scanning around. He does a little
Dandy
research after
takes
each
the
game.
win. He rolls his opponent up and smokes him. That is it. 5-0.
You put that prediction in early, man, before the game was even over on the stream. So they already knew it happened.
I didn't run the predictions. I don't know who is.
Oh.
But thank you,
Maybe
mods, for
it's-
doing that. Nobody knows how long the game is going to be. I was going to say I was hoping for a little longer
I'd say
game,
Pato.
but when you're down 0-4, I think it could be pretty demoralizing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to put up good games, and I mean, each game is going to net you money, so there's a good reason to keep on trying, but
Yeah, that's true.
you really lose a lot of that momentum. You feel defeated.
Well, I don't think it was the fact that Voddy left that game because he felt defeated or felt stressed out or anything. I think the dual starport was done. Voddy has nothing to hold off dual starport.
He didn't know that he had starports, did he?
Yeah, he's got his barracks in his base.
Oh, he saw that. Okay.
Yeah, so whenever he
That
saw
makes
those 2 starports done producing and raids being made,
That
he hasn't
makes
started
sense.
his armory. He hasn't started an eBay. There's nothing. Plus, a vulture's in his base with a marine.
Yeah, he was
So-
fighting vultures and marines with literal SCVs, so he was in a horrible position.
Dandy's tearing it up, y'all.
I hope he learns from this, the way this series went, and just don't build a machine shop right off the bat. That just can get so much damage with that early vulture if you try to pop out a tank early. He did go for the vulture there in that last game. Didn't help him at all, though. After the machine shot, it was just so late. He loses both marines instantly, and then the 2 marines and the vulture just wreck that vulture as it pops out. Ugh. That was the story of the whole series there, really was just getting damage early there. Not every game that happened, but definitely in the last couple of games, he really got a lot of damage done with that. Well. Anyway, guys, that's GG.
Thank you so much for joining us. San, you got any shout-outs, plugins? I mean, you're more well-known than
Am
us, but
Well,
yeah, there's a lot of fans of your content. You cast awesome
thank you.
pro gamer games.
Well, if you want to check out some more pro games, guys, check out my channel. I've got a bunch of new videos from KCM. I'm also casting the ASL qualifiers, not that I have any sort of permission to do so, but I just feel like they deserve an English cast. So I'm throwing those up there, just putting my neck out for StarCraft.
Oh, that's
I think it's a
awesome.
worthy cause. So as soon as this video is finished, I'm going to make live my ASL wildcard qualifier. That was a series between, it was Best, Rush, Soul Key, and one more player, Snow. And that was a
Ooh.
round robin to decide who will get to take Flash's spot in the ASL. He is out with a wrist injury. So one of those players got to advance and take that spot, and will be playing in the ASL group stages. So definitely
Were
check
those
that
best
out.
of 3s or best of 1s?
Best of 3s.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, there's a great note on your about page that says there's all this awesome pro content that like everybody misses, and you cast it and make it available, bring it to foreigners' attention. So that's awesome, man.
Yeah, and this is one of those tournaments, man, for sure, that just doesn't get enough attention. I hope you guys get more eyeballs on the site here. Definitely, I'll shout you guys out. And I'd like to come back in the future and cast more games with you guys. It was a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
for sure, man. You're awesome. Thank you so much. And
Thank
you
you.
have a huge following. Look forward to watching those videos.
Guys.
I don't care what Pato says about you. You're pretty cool, man. No, I'm just joking.
It's supposed to be a secret.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
You think
Why
he's
you
just
suck,
been
Pato?
quiet? He's just been typing me the whole time. Like, God, this guy won't shut. No, shut up.
Thanks for sticking around, Sayan. Pato, WhyUSuk, did you have any plugins to?
No,
Be
just
sure to-
go,
yeah.
go ahead, Pato. You ain't talked all night, man. Go ahead.
I can't stop talking. No, be sure to tune in on Tuesday, right? For the event Dewalt versus Dandy.
Yeah, you're
And
one of the
be sure
casters,
to-
man. Thanks.
And be sure to sign up. That would be all.
Yeah, on
You suck.
Trovo, if you can make an account and follow. Yeah, and Pato is a caster, a player, A rank, S rankish.
Ah.
Follow Pato. And Pato means duck, doesn't it?
Yep, it does.
And that's what everybody calls you in real life.
Yeah.
So that's
That's
kind of
my
cool
real-
for me, because I have a nickname Ox people actually use sometimes, so I can relate to it. Why are you called
Okay,
a duck
then.
again? Are you delicious like a duck?
No, because it's my name, Patricia. And all Patricias are Pato.
Oh, they
like
just don't want to
Patrick.
say your full name. Too many syllables, so they just say Pato.
Yeah, Pato. It's simple.
I like it. WhyUSuk? What you got going on?
I just clicked the wrong button. I'm a computer friend.
Lol.
No, thanks for everybody that comes out and supports us and watches and interacts. And we try to hit the chat up and let you guys know that we're watching what you're saying and stuff like that. We're trying to give good feedback and everything. But you guys are fun, man. This is fun for us to do. And we're not pocketing any of this money. It is going to our players and our players only. So if you guys do donate or subscribe or anything, everything that we make, we put back into it. You know, that $4,300 plus, that plus is there for a reason. We're gonna try to get these guys paid, and hopefully, if we get some sponsors, maybe we can get some deals going for our fans too.
Yeah, get it
that's
to
what
6,000, guys. You might not see this tournament for a while. It takes too much time, and it's a lot of work, and it's probably not something to be frequently repeated, like 2-3 times a year. It's too much content. It's 3 months long, guys. Tell me a Brood War event that's 3 months long.
Yeah.
Our events are 5 hours, you know, on Fridays and Saturdays. So please do help get the prize pool up. Let's reward all these players for agreeing to play in a 3-month season, for agreeing not to get paid until the end. Rewarding all the casters who put countless of hours casting, supporting foreign Brood War players.
I'm gonna try to get some sponsors to see if they'll just donate some stuff to the fans and win some prizes or something like that, or you know, maybe just get them good deals on some good products. There's a couple things I got my hands in on that I use personally that I'm gonna try to get to everybody, and it would target our audience too. So, and then in turn, it would get the pool prize up. So,
WhyUSuk's gonna bring the most questionable sponsors to our series. We'll probably
y'all don't
welcome
even
them.
know, man. We're gonna have to change the content filter back to mature. No, I'm just joking.
It's like gun manufacturers. And... yeah, okay, whatever. We'll accept their money. Whatever helps the players, it keeps them playing Brood War. Keeps entertaining fans and viewers, especially at this time. Whatever helps Brood War, you know, remain a staple. Basically, we're saying we have no integrity.
Not when it comes to our players, man.
We'll
We
sell
wanna make
out.
sure they're taken care of.
I'm just
Yeah.
kidding, guys.
No, I really don't. No, I'm just joking.
Alright, well, casters, I don't want to
You're a parent. No, I don't care.
take up more time than I have. If you guys want to jet, I'm just going to take probably a few seconds to talk about the Tuesday event. And
Sure, guys, definitely check out that Tuesday event. I'll be there, chilling in the chat.
I'll be working.
hanging out with you guys. Go and make that. Go and make your channel now. Go make your account now.
I'm gonna hop on
Get ready for that. Hit that follow button on ThinkQuick.
Thanks,
Anyway,
man.
guys, I am out. Have a nice day, everyone.
You too. Take care,
See you
Sam.
around. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Peace. On Tuesday, March 16th at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, Terror vs. Kala, then Dewalt vs. Dandy, 9-hole games, sponsored by Trovo.live. Tune in. Team ThinkQuick TTV. Thanks for tuning in. Love you and take care. Bye.